Good morning, everyone. I see you've all recovered from last night, which is really good. Okay, let's get the day underway. So we remind you that we've got some activities happening through the social media platforms. There's a trivia game coming up. We've got lots of digital ambassadors and stuff that you can all enjoy, whether you're online or here in the room. So we want people on site that are downstairs. When you're on concourse level 3, there's 10 photos there. These have been taken by people from NYAA and other things on the Singapore's Living Heritage. We'd like you to vote for your favourite photos. I think someone said, pick one and vote often. No, I'm being told you're only allowed to vote twice. But please go down and have a look at the photos. There's some absolutely magnificent stuff down there. So this is what we've got going on today. Coming up straight after me is Kirk Yeo talking about his efforts and involvement with Singapore's Living Heritage. Later on, we've got the chatbot AI battle in one of the rooms. I can't read that, hey, but I did write it down. Oh, look, that's easier. That's also in the plenary coming up after that. We've got a decolonising knowledge, and that's being presented by members of the Ukrainian community later on in the day. And of course, we've got OpenStreetMap and we're doing lots of things there. The group photo will be this afternoon at some stage. I see it says 16:45 and it will be done in here. So make sure you're in that. And of course, we've got the poster session up the back where we'll look at that afterwards this evening, and we'll have dinner and drinks and everything to help you enjoy it. And at lunchtime, up here on the stage, we have a Pacifica dance performance. So that should be very wonderful. I saw their rehearsal the other day. So now, when you're walking around with your cameras taking photos, please remember that if someone's wearing a red lanyard, you're asked not to take photos of them. If you haven't already got a red lanyard and you'd like one, go down to the registration desk and they can swap them over. We encourage you to get a person's permission before you upload it though, just to check with the person, make sure they're okay with the photo. And we remind everyone that we've got the Universal Code of Conduct, which we all have following, plus all the safe space policy. There's lovely helpers from NYAA around the room and around the venue that if you have an issue, have a problem, you can go to them. There's some trust and safety people. They're wearing a fluoro green vest. There's always two of them just outside here. You can go to them for help, or you can go to anyone with the green lanyards. It's staff and COT. We'll be able to help you and support anything you need. Oh no, I just got to the last of my slides, and according to this lovely countdown here, I've got 5 minutes left. I know there's a lot of interesting things going on, and I know you're all slowly recovering. There'll be plenty of coffee to keep you going through the day, and I'd like to just acknowledge the production team, which is making all of this wonderful production happen for both people in here and out online in the web. So in about 5 minutes' time, we'll kick off in this room. And Alan Ang will come up and introduce our first plenary guest speaker. So thank you.
Testing. Hi, good morning, everyone. On behalf of all Singaporeans, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Singapore. Yay! I hope everyone has had a lovely evening yesterday and are now very well rested. For those of you joining us online, thank you very much and a warm welcome to you as well. This morning, we are very honored to have our keynote speaker, Mr. Keok Siang Yeo, Senior Director of the Heritage Policy from the National Heritage Board of Singapore, to talk about safeguarding the intangible cultural heritage of Singapore. Mr. Keok is the first Singaporean to be appointed to UNESCO's evaluation body for the safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. He will not only share his insights and experiences, but also challenges and opportunities on how to safeguard and promote intangible cultural heritage in the digital era. Without much further ado, let's welcome Mr. Keok.
Thank you, Alan. And first of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at the Wikimania here in Singapore. It's really an honor to join you. And a big hello to those who are joining us online as well. So I work at the National Heritage Board. We do all kinds of work related to heritage in Singapore. We have museums and we put up exhibitions to tell the Singapore story. We work with communities in many of our work that we do in projects. We preserve both the physical, historic buildings and monuments, as well as safeguard intangible cultural heritage. We manage collections of objects, maps, documents that tell the Singapore history, the Singapore story. And also we work with partners to help build their capabilities, to partner with them in many of the projects that we do. When I first joined the National Heritage Board, a pretty senior civil servant once told me, there's two jobs that he would like to be in. One is the preserving nature and the environment, because it's such a precious resource that the world is to us, that we live in. But the second area that he spoke about is the job that I have in the area of cultural heritage, because culture and heritage is about the people. It's about what our forefathers have passed on to us and inherited from them. And we have a duty to pass on to the next generation. And culture and heritage is a very important resource that identifies who we are as a person, as an individual, as a community. And it helps bring people together through understanding one another's culture, religion, and beliefs. And I think in today's interconnected world, it is so important. We see so much division in our societies today, so much conflict, so much disagreement, so much tribal differences. And I truly believe that the work of culture can really bring people together to help transform and shape societies, as what the UNESCO quotation here highlights. And today, my presentation is about living heritage, about intangible cultural heritage. And it's also in line with WikiLove's Living Heritage movement, as well as in celebration of the UNESCO 20th anniversary of the UNESCO Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. Now, I've used this term so much, I really want to go in depth and explain a little bit more. What is intangible cultural heritage all about? It's also called living heritage. And it's all the songs, the traditional songs, the expressions, traditional dances, the clothing that we wear, the traditional wear, crafts, festivals that we see and practice, and also the food that we consume and eat that's been passed down from one generation to another. And in contrast, tangible heritage is things that are physical in nature, things that like our historic monuments. Some of you may have visited the Botanic Gardens, which is a World Heritage Site here in Singapore. And there are other things like the collections of historic objects. Those are physical, tangible objects. But the intangible is really about the cultural expressions and the knowledge that people have among themselves, the skills that they possess, that has been passed down from one generation to the other. We call it a living heritage because it evolves over time. with people's creativity, innovation, the response to the environment, the economic situation, the tastes and preferences of people at that time. All these forms of living heritage give us a sense of identity and define who we are. And it's so important to various communities around the world. And UNESCO has various lists. One of the more well-known lists is the representative list of intangible cultural heritage. And I have some examples on the screen here. Reggae music, which many of you will know, is very dear to the hearts of Jamaicans, and they have celebrated and nominated it successfully to the UNESCO list back in 2018. Pantun, closer to Singapore and our neighbors. Pantun is a poetic expression. It's found in Indonesia and Malaysia. And those of you who are from the Scandinavia region, which has a rich, diverse heritage, particularly in the maritime heritage, they have nominated together with a collective of countries the clicker boat traditions. So these are all forms of representative intangible cultural heritage that we celebrate in the world. And in the safeguarding, the transmission of culture and heritage, the communities play a very, very important role. Here is a citation from the UNESCO Convention that recognizes that communities, in particular indigenous communities, play an important role in the production, in the safeguarding, the maintenance, and the recreation of intangible cultural heritage. And all this helps to add to the cultural diversity that we enjoy and we see today in the world. Now, I often, in my course of work, get a lot of questions about, what exactly is intangible cultural heritage. It's hard to understand. It's so nebulous and hard to see. It's really, truly intangible. And I just want to explain a few concepts here that guide the work that we do. I often say that it's traditional, contemporary, and living at the same time. Sounds a bit contradictory, but it's true because if you think about it, these are traditions that have been passed down to us. It's contemporary because it's still relevant in today's society. And it's still living because it evolves. Someone comes along and decides to change or decides to introduce some new way of doing things. And for example, we also have like urban or rural traditions and practices that have evolved over time as more and more people settle and move into urban environments. I often get a question as well that, the traditions that we see now, the food that we enjoy today, the practices and the traditional dances that we see are not really authentic. They're not the same as I remember growing up. But my response to them is, we shouldn't be talking about authenticity or trying to freeze a practice in time. Why do we call it a living heritage? Because it evolves over time, and it responds to people, the practitioners, they innovate, they respond, they adapt, and it's no one single form of practice, and we should celebrate the diversity of practices that can be found. Another very popular question that I have is, this is not original, this is from a country A, and why are you claiming it as from your country? It's not about claiming ownership, it's not about trying to define who owns what cultural heritage. We believe that culture is shared, and living culture heritage especially, because it resides in the minds and the knowledge of people, it moves with the people. When people move to different areas because of work, because of trade, to find a new form of living, or perhaps they have no choice, they were forced to move. They bring along their cultural heritage. They bring along their crafts, their dressing, the food that they consume. Many of these practices have moved even before national boundaries of today were formed. Now here in Singapore, I hope you all have a chance to see and experience the diversity of cultures that we have in Singapore. I just want to show you a few in the photos, like lion dance, the cuisines. Yesterday, I noticed one of the dancers was dressed in the same as the Jikli Nona song and Brayo dance that I have in the picture. And we also have orchid cultivation, which is an important national flower of Singapore as well. But as with many areas of work, as with different forms of heritage, we face many challenges in terms of preserving and safeguarding our living heritage. Firstly, it's about urbanization. More than half or perhaps 2/3 of the world today live in urban environments, and the shift between the rural environment when people shift and the rapid urbanization, which we have felt here in Singapore, and it's also true in many cities and many regions around the world, is that it disrupts the flow of and the practice of living heritage, how it's practiced in the past, and they have to adapt to different situations, different environments completely. There are other major factors at play: globalization, trade, advance in technology, changing lifestyles. All these changes the way that we consume cultural heritage, the way that we consume goods, services, the way that we entertain ourselves is very different from our forefathers. In Singapore, we have another challenge, which is the rapidly aging population. And coupled with that, young people today in Singapore have such a variety of jobs that they can turn to. Many of them would like to prefer in an aircon environment, high-paying office job. But that poses a challenge to many of our practitioners, the challenge of transmission. If no one comes forward to learn the practice, to continue the heritage, then this will disappear. As we are living heritage, it may die over time. Here are two examples of practitioners here in Singapore that we have been working with. Mr. Jim Wong, one of the last traditional paper lantern makers here in Singapore, and Mr. Henry Ng on the right side of the photo, the last traditional lion head craftsman in Singapore. Both are very skilled in their practice, but both of them face challenges in getting a younger practitioner, a younger disciple to come over, to learn from them, and to carry on the trade. So this is an important area that we are trying to tackle, and I'll share more a bit in the later part of my slides. But right now, I'd like to move to some of the efforts that we've been trying to do here in Singapore to safeguard our intangible cultural heritage. The first area I'd like to talk about is the inventory. UNESCO encourages countries to develop inventories and communities as well, to develop them, because this helps to get people to understand and appreciate what are the diverse cultures that they can find in Singapore, in their respective countries. And here in Singapore, we have an online inventory that classifies and categorizes the different practices, the food heritage. And this is like a web-based inventory with images, videos. We also feature the experiences and the stories of the practitioners to help people to better understand the living heritage. And this is a useful resource for many people, for researchers, for students especially, to try to understand and do projects, to inspire and help them do projects in this area of ICH as well. Of course, we work with Wiki. We are very happy to be partners in the Wiki Loves Living Heritage in Singapore. And there are some of the photos that are on display, shortlisted, and do go and vote. We were happy with the partnership because it really encourages communities to come forward, to contribute in a way to spreading the knowledge and the understanding and appreciation of heritage. And we are really looking forward to more partnerships with the Wiki, our partners as well, in the months ahead. Another way that we've tried to work with citizens is this citizen engagement project that we try to get them to map heritage businesses. We didn't want people just to be passive consumers of knowledge, to just learn or to just go to the shops. We wanted them to be part of this process of keeping our cultural heritage alive. So we recruited volunteers, we did a public call out, and many people stepped forward to be trained, to do interviews, to collect the stories of the heritage businesses in the Kampong Glam area, which is a historic precinct here in Singapore. And it's really been a very encouraging response from the volunteers, the passion that they have, the love for the district. It's very encouraging to see. And so the findings have been converted into a booklet as well as an online map to share more stories with other people. And we hope to do more of such mapping projects in other areas of Singapore as well. Other grounds up projects that we support include research projects, supporting workshops to train or to pass on knowledge, publications that help document different forms of heritage. Here, example of a publication about food heritage in Singapore. We also gave out awards. This is called the Stewards of Intangible Cultural Heritage Award, to try to recognize practitioners who have dedicated so much of their life, their passion and energies to keeping the traditions alive and keeping them and transmitting them to the next generation. We give them a small financial grant to help support grounds-up efforts that they have in future, to help spread the word and knowledge as well. Now I'll move on to a more international part of what we do. One of the things that I have the privilege of working on was the nomination of the hawker culture here in Singapore to the UNESCO representative list. And this was successfully inscribed on the representative list of UNESCO back in December 2020. Now, thank you so much. For those of you who may not be familiar with hawker culture here in Singapore, and for those of you who are visiting Singapore, please go and try it. There's nothing like experiencing the real thing. But we talk about hawker culture in three aspects. The people, the hawkers who are culinary masters that have learned the skills, often from their parents, and also about the people who visit the hawker centers. Hawker centers are these open ventilated community dining spaces that spread across the island. And it's a place where you can find a variety of food from different cuisines. And the cuisine itself represents the diversity of cultures that we have here in Singapore. When we first started this effort to think of what we could be nominating to UNESCO as the first item, we did a lot of consultation, focus group discussions, meeting people, cultural practitioners, experts, academics, and we asked them, what do you think should be something that we should celebrate, we should preserve for our future generations, we should nominate to UNESCO to help support our efforts. And I think it was very interesting to see that because Singaporeans love our food so much, I think the choice became clear that they were hoping, they were asking us to help nominate hawker culture to UNESCO. So once we decided to put in an effort to nominate to UNESCO, we worked with many different community groups. Here are some photos of working with the associations to promote the nomination effort. We went out to schools, to hawker centers to promote it, to get people to understand what this intangible cultural heritage about, help to support this nomination effort. We were very heartened that many people, including many of the hawkers, came forward to support this nomination very passionately. Many different organizations, groups, youth groups came forward to support as well. We had celebrities, well-known figures in Singapore supporting. Also, many of our overseas Singaporeans who miss home, supported the effort as well, because food helps to bring a connection back home here in Singapore. We have many young students, youths coming on board as well in different ways, through technology projects, through art, drawings. The picture, the right bottom shows a group of primary school students going to their neighborhood to interview the hawkers, to get the stories, to get to know the hawkers in their neighborhoods more. People from all walks of life were just so happy to support this effort as well. They penned down notes, short notes on social media as well to celebrate the nomination effort. So we were all really very heartened by the outpouring of support that Singaporeans gave to the nomination. I move on to a second project that I've been working on, and this is a multi-nomination of Kebaya. Kebaya is a traditional women's attire you will see in the photos. And also some of the ladies yesterday were dressed in Kebaya as well. This is a multinational nomination involving 5 countries, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. It's a joint effort, not just from the government departments of the countries, but also involving communities and experts who have come together to help shape the nomination form, to look at the documents to be provided to UNESCO. So we have submitted all the documents and the forms that are necessary, and we're looking forward to positive results, hopefully, fingers crossed, which will be known in the end of 2024. Now here in Singapore, we set about engaging our local communities. It's a very small, very niche community, but a very important one because it defines really the traditional wear of women. And we work with many designers, craftspersons, students, educators, youths, and we form a network, a loose network called Kawan Kebaya, which is literally translated Friends of Kebaya. And they help to share more information, their insights, their stories, their ideas on how we can continue this practice, how we can encourage more practitioners to come on board, more young Singaporeans to start wearing the traditional garment, and so on. So this was a very interesting experience as well at the domestic level, but also at the international level, we got to meet many people. It was very good to see many people coming together to work on this project. Myself and a few others from Singapore, we attended workshops in Malaysia, in Jakarta, Indonesia, as well as online over Zoom to try to collectively put together all the information that's required, the photos, the videos, the information, the letters, the photos, and so on to UNESCO. In Singapore, we also ran digital campaigns to try to promote the nomination effort through social media. We also have a Love Kebaya traveling exhibition, a small exhibition that talks about the Kebaya and the nomination effort. But it's also what's interesting is many of the craftspersons came on board and their creations of Kebaya are also featured in the exhibition as well. And if you have a chance to visit Gardens by the Bay, do take a look at the exhibitions there. It's both the orchids from the region as well as the Kebayas that are on display there at the moment. Last part of my presentation is talking about the future. We have recently this year launched our SG Heritage Plan, which is a plan that guides the strategies, the action plans for the next 5 years from this year to 2024. And this was done in collaboration and consultation with many stakeholders through many focus groups, and we even have online websites and this small little booth that you can see in the photo that shows a physical booth, get people to give their suggestions and ideas. And the whole plan is very detailed. You can Google it, you'll probably find it. Perhaps it should be listed on Wiki as well. We came out with 4 areas of focus. First is about heritage identity. How do we create more awareness, more deep sense of our cultural heritage as part of our identity as Singaporeans? Secondly is working with communities. How we can work more with communities, partner with them, get them involved in many of the work that we do. Heritage and industry is the third area, talking about how do we get and support our businesses involved, how do we preserve and encourage the sustainability of our businesses, as well as heritage and innovation. How do we work with, incorporate technology in the way that we work? So I'll just touch on 2 areas. Firstly is about community. I think what we want to do is to develop more common ground across communities to empower and encourage more Singaporeans to come forward, to tell the stories, that present who we are as a people, to tell stories that resonate with the people, to connect one generation from another. We want to work with communities in the local, what we call areas, our heartlands, to get them to be involved in the documentation, the presentation, the promotion of heritage. In particular, we want to deepen our engagement with youth because they're so important in transmitting the knowledge to the next generation. I want to get them to be involved at an early age, get them to appreciate and help work with us to promote cultural heritage. The second area is about industry. I think COVID has really shown that many of these small businesses that were so important, unfortunately sometimes we may have taken them for granted, were lost during the COVID pandemic. It was a serious wake-up call for us. And we wanted to do more. That's why we started a lot of the mapping projects, the documentation, spreading the word, the awards. And we want to do more of such areas through financial grants that can help support many of our businesses to try to innovate, to try to stay relevant with the changing times, the changing technology. We want to create new opportunities to showcase traditional crafts. to change the image that people have of traditional crafts as well. It's not just something that's in the past, but something that's so relevant, so important in today's context as well. And to sum up the end of our presentation, I'd like to just go back to the themes of Wikimania this year, which is on diversity, collaboration, and the future. I've shared and talked about the diversity of cultures that we have in Singapore. And as well, I'm sure many of the cities and countries that you come from have very rich and diverse heritage. But it's so important that we all put in a little bit of effort as consumers, as knowledge generators, as individuals or as networks or groups to try to come together to safeguard, to collaborate and find ways to safeguard this important living heritage of ours. Because it's up to us to ensure that this living heritage that our forefathers have, and the people who have come before us, have passed down to us, and we have a duty to make sure that we pass on this legacy to the future generation of ours as well. With that, thank you very much. Happy to take some questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kirk. You'll already have some questions submitted by our online participants in front of you. For those in the room, if you could see the mics in the middle of the aisles, if you could head there to ask your questions, that would be great. Thank you.
Maybe I'll just ask if there's anybody in the room who wants to ask a question first before we take the questions online. We take the online. Oh, yes.
Is this on there? Thank you. Thank you, Kirk. Great talk. And I think just to remind folks in the audience, this is not just Kirk giving a talk today. We've had, in the previous months, engagement with youth of Singapore to contribute. You saw some of the photos to Wikimedia Commons and to Wikidata. And there was actually a whole youth competition here. So thank you so much. One of the things that we kind of struggle with in the Wiki community with intangible heritage is we have pretty strong policies around verifiability, and a lot of our policies towards sourcing and verifiability tend to be more oriented towards traditional academic sources. So we've always struggled with how to properly incorporate intangible heritage into Wikipedia when a lot of it is like folk culture or stories or audio or things that don't traditionally meet that standard of academic sourcing. So I'm wondering if you have any advice or any insights into how we can not necessarily overcome that, but how might we better populate Wikipedia and its projects with intangible heritage if that is kind of our understanding of sourcing. Do we need to change our thoughts about sourcing? Or what are your ideas about that? Thank you.
I think there's two immediate thoughts that come to my mind. The first one is something that we've been trying to work on, even here in Singapore, is that there's a problem, there's a genuine lack of research and documentation, academic areas, and we're trying to do more on that by encouraging and working with our universities, the researchers to do more, to publish. That's why we have publications that we're trying to encourage as well. But that takes a long time. For us, I think there may be a need to look at how academic sources are not the only source of truth, especially for topics like this. Because if you go back, like I mentioned, there's no one source of truth in this area of living heritage. And it's all in the living experiences, the stories that we tell. So I don't have an easy solution because the source of truth is also very important. But I think what we try to do here is to try to show the stories through videos, which is really the individual's expressions. But at the same time, I think as the National Heritage Board, sometimes we say, yeah, it's the person's viewpoints. We may not necessarily endorse or agree with it. That's, I guess, a way that we try to manage it. It's not perfect, but it's a way that I guess helps to broaden the diversity of stories, but at the same time makes it personal. It's not from a viewpoint from the organization, but there's a viewpoint from the individual who has said it. And there may be counter voices that say, oh, I don't agree, and it has a different viewpoint, but that's possible. Thank you. I see a few questions here. Maybe I'll move on to take them. The first question is, how can we work together with Wikimania to increase support in Singapore? Actually, that's a very important thing that we're trying to do. So when I first got the invitation to be here to speak and to support the event, I straight away told my colleagues, yeah, let's do it, man. It's a way, I think we've been trying to see how we can work with partners and communities, and it's such a natural partnership, but admittedly, we haven't done so much in the past, but we see so much opportunities now, having come to Wikimania to be part of it, talking to many different people over the last 1-2 days, and even before that. There's a lot of areas that we can work on. One is already the photo competition that we have, but again, the stories, if we can find ways, there's so much cultural heritage here in Singapore that needs to be documented. It's not just the living heritage, but the buildings. There are if you can get more photos of the buildings, the stories, the information, the history of it, it's a very rich resource that can be used not just by people here in Singapore, but people around the world can understand us better. So the short answer is yes, I think we've been starting these conversations. There's a lot of opportunities that we can work with, and we'll be exploring that over the next weeks and months ahead. Second question, can you share your experiences with sustaining community engagement around preserving this history, particularly amongst young people? I was just having a conversation yesterday with my colleagues. We say Singaporeans sometimes they are very passive. I think they are very passionate about heritage, especially the young people, because there's this sense that we have developed so much in the past. We may have, there's a lot of rapid change. They're trying to rediscover themselves in this world, what makes them Singaporeans, what roots them. So they have a very deep passion. But at the same time, around the room, nobody wants to put their hands up and say, yes, I'll be the leader. I want to form a group. I want to bring everybody together. And that's why when we do the citizen engagement project, there's still a little bit of coordination that we did. But we have started a youth panel to try to, that involves members of youths, working adults, people in the university, to come forward to share their ideas. And we also want to, through the platform, get them to implement their projects as well. So that's just one way that we try to engage and get people to be involved in some of these heritage projects. So that's just one example. There's many I can list, so if those of you in the room, you can catch me later, I can share a bit more. But there's a few other questions, and time is running down, so I'll try to answer them as well. The next question is, can you say more about using technology to get people to understand how heritage can be relevant today? Yes, at the NHB, as we've been trying to do a lot more of the technology, use technology to help guide our work. Of course, a lot of information we have online is online, but we also have digital versions of, for example, exhibitions that we do in the museum. And also digital projects, for example, scanning of buildings to document them. In the same way that in the past, buildings were documented through maps, photos, we now have the technology to document using 3D technology. And these are just some of the many different ways that technology can help. But also, let's not just forget, social media is also a form of technology, and that's been extremely helpful in getting the word out to people, whether it's to promote heritage, to promote an event, to get people to understand something, but also to bring online communities together to talk about and contribute about their own ideas about heritage as well. So there's many different ways, but I would also like to emphasize that technology is a good enabler, it's important, but let's not forget the importance of the physical dimension as well. Culture, like I mentioned in the presentation, is to bring people together. That people-to-people interaction, that stories that the older generation tells to the younger generation, the skills that are passed down. That is difficult to replace using technology. I would say technology helps enable connections to be made, knowledge to be retained and passed down, but there is still the need for some form of physical kind of contact, discussions, debate, and that's something that's not replaceable. The next question, does part of this work involve closing knowledge gaps, people, happenings, experiences that have been left out of history? If yes, how do you work to fill these gaps? Yes, there's a lot of, I think history and heritage is so rich. History, of course, is there's a lot of important things that happened in the past, but also the interpretation, how do we interpret heritage and history in our modern day context, the different perspectives. And we try to do that through different ways. The exhibitions that we have, for example, in the museums can only show so much. We have a physical limitation on the space. There's a physical limit to how much information that it can present, how much information that one is comfortable to consume. But what is important is sometimes to complement, for example, these exhibitions, these experiences, we have to bring in people, the experts, for example, the academics, people who have lived through the experiences to come together to share the diverse viewpoints and to share the different perspectives. I think the wide diversity is very important. On intangible and living heritage, we try to show a variety of different cultures as well here in Singapore. For those who are familiar, I think in Singapore we often classify ourselves broadly as Chinese, Malay, Indian, and others, but at the NHB we try to look at diversity beyond that. I think those are important, but there's also diverse communities. For example, there's the Zoroastrian communities here, who has been here for long. There's a small Jewish community that has been part of our history since the very early days of the colonial period. And there's many other diverse cultures, and we try to celebrate that. And I think that's when working with communities, with networks, are very important to bring about this diversity of views, of change, of perspective, of diverse stories that we have. I have 3 minutes, and I have one last question. What would you say is the biggest challenge that you have encountered in preserving and elevating this history, and how have you worked to overcome it? I think the biggest challenge is, well, racing against time here in Singapore. Why do I say that? There's a lot of change happening. I'm not just talking about physical change. There's a physical change that happens. Yes, physical environment, new buildings change, the shops disappear and they're replaced by others. But there's also so much change that I talked about earlier. The pace of life, the technology advancement is so rapid. A lot of cultural practitioners find it difficult to adapt. How does their cultural practice that they have been practicing, the craft that they've been making for decades, how do they adapt to this new environment? They have to be savvy in social media. They have to be able to relate to a younger generation who consumes things differently. They have to relate, in Singapore, they have to relate to a younger generation that may speak a different language from them. Because English or Singlish is now the norm, right? But in the past, people who have lived through that, it's not the same. They speak a different language. So the challenge is this change. How do we get people to bridge that change, to bring people together, to help them stay relevant, to help the young people see the relevance of it. It's not an old-fashioned thing that, my mom used to do it and it doesn't matter to me anymore, but it is like, say, getting them to understand this is part of identity, this is where they come from, what they are. And I think that's a challenge, but it's something that keeps me energized, keeps me awake, and I continue to be very passionate about the work that I do. So thank you very much. I think the time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kirk, for the wonderful insights and the very engaging sessions. I believe that many of us here have also learned a lot. from the perspective of the national heritage of Singapore. So the next session is on Wiki Loves Living Heritage. Yay! Wiki Loves Living Heritage is a wiki initiative that pays tribute to the 20th anniversary of the UNESCO 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage that started in October 2003. In this morning's session, we would like to highlight and celebrate some of the wonderful projects from various communities across the world from this less than 1 year old initiative. So please join me. My name is Alan Ang, a partner manager from Wikimedia Germany, Wikimedia Deutschland, and Susanna from Avion Glam to the stage. Testing.
Good morning. My name is Susanna Ones. I come from Finland, from Avoin Glam, and I'm going to talk to you about this Wiki Loves Living Heritage project. I'm very thankful to be here on the main stage after a wonderful keynote by Kirk, and I'm very, very thankful for the projects and amazed by the activities that are taking place here in Singapore. So, need to learn the tools of the trade. So, Wiki Loves Living Heritage is a project that runs throughout this year in the Wikimedia community. It has been initiated by us together with the European network of focal points in Europe. And the focal points are the organizations such as Kirk's, who manage the inventories and managing the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage in the respective countries. And the core of this activity, the Wiki Loves Living Heritage project, is to bring together the Wikimedians, the Wikimedia affiliates, the focal points, and the heritage communities to work together to bring living heritage into Wikimedia projects in the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the UNESCO Convention on Living Heritage. The starting point was to highlight, to give visibility, but throughout the project we will see different ways in which the living heritage can be manifested on the projects. We are all doing the same thing for the same reasons, quoting Liam Wyatt, but in this case, safeguarding and sharing cultural heritage, living heritage. We are halfway through this year, and it is the time to look back at what we have done and to look forward what to do next. So, Wikimedia projects, there's more to Wikimedia than meets the eye. Wikimedia projects are great for showcasing, but they are also amazing for safeguarding living heritage. Language revitalization with the hundreds of languages for both data and content are giving amazing opportunities for small cultures. Open and collaborative knowledge production is also a bottom-up approach of listing and documenting living heritage. And it as well is a great way of supporting these safeguarding practices through these collaborations between these organizations. So here's our recipe for the project. We have these steps, maybe, to connect, create, highlight, share, celebrate, and repeat. Connect with your peers and counterparts, create activities together, highlight the data and the content that has been created and that has been inventoried and shared, and then sharing the ideas and experiences for others to be inspired by, and then go back to the beginning, or continue accumulating knowledge on top of that. So, looking a little bit more closely into each of these steps. when you connect with the way in which we connect, we are thinking the best ways to connect with the different communities. We try to create these bizarre events, live events, or perhaps also online events where these different communities could come together and share their experiences, learn about each other's ways of working, and then start doing activities together. We have arranged one bazaar in Europe with different networks, one of them being this European network of focal points, the Wikimedia affiliates in Europe, as well as then the European Heritage Days community. And here in Wikimania, our bazaar is a meeting after this event and a roundtable on Friday. I will talk more about that. It would be awesome if you think that you would be in a position to start something, a bazaar or a meeting in your environment, in your continent, in your country, in your thematic network. Think about it. So, to create activities together, we have thought that we are not giving a pre-described way of working in the local environments, but give the freedom to these communities to choose the best ways in which they can do things together. Photo contests have been very popular because it's a very well-known concept in the Wikimedia environment, such as like following in the footsteps of Wikilove's folklore, Wikilove's Africa, Wikilove's monuments, and so on. So, and the best, most flamboyant example of this is, of course, the Wikilove's Living Heritage in Singapore, with well, I don't have the numbers, but an amazing number of contributions from the local youth and communities. In India, Contact Base has started, together with the West Bengal Wikimedians user group, a photo contest as well. In Europe, the network of focal points has mobilized their professional networks to start contests in each of the countries. There are contests ongoing at least in Finland, Norway, Belgium, Austria, Armenia. And in India, there are different ways of, different activities also, not only photo contests that can be done. The West Bengal Wikimedians have done a proofreading contest, and the entire text of Gopichandra's Panchali has been transcribed and proofread on Bengali Wikisource with around 2,500 footnotes. And yes, and where the Usenet time Sujata is the person to be thanked about. And different walks, tours, workshops are being organized as well. This example is from Austria, where the Austrian Commission for UNESCO, together with Wikimedia Austria, has arranged this Wir machen Blau project to document indigo hand block printing. And there are different kinds of projects ongoing, different workshops, editathons ongoing at least in Germany, Chile, North Macedonia, Albania, and Kosovo, Austria, and Netherlands that we know of. There might be others as well. So, the approach we are taking here is that the data about the heritage elements can be the kind of glue that connects between, for example, Wikipedia articles, the materials on commons, the entries in the inventories and such. So we're taking data seriously here. So the data comes from three main sources. One of them being the UNESCO lists and registers. The second one being the inventories in those 181 member states, but we are not limiting to inventories in the UNESCO system, other lists and registers in the living heritage space are just as welcome. And also, not to limit to listed cultural heritage, we also invite people to nominate the kind of heritage they would like to see being part of this, this project and pages. So here is an example of the Indonesian page on the Wiki Loves Living Heritage site. You can see this is all drawn from Wikidata, and you will see the different data that it links to, and the way in which the different the translated versions appear. So this data is also then available in the, well, is it like 700 and more languages? Or like possibly that the Wikimedia environment supports. The Indonesian community has done a lot of work here. So the data has been initially in Indonesian language, and they have translated these labels into English in order for them to be more easily translated into other languages, and added images and such. Yes. There are also, well, yes, I was going to say that not necessarily the Indonesian inventories have not systematically been imported into Wikidata yet, at least, but these are items that existed in Wikidata already, that they have been identified as being part of these lists. So in a way, we already have much of this information. So, and here's another data visualization. You see the gray areas are places where we haven't identified the official lists. The light blue ones are where we have, but they have not been added to Wikidata. The darker blue ones are places where, or countries, where they have been added to Wikidata, and the yellow bubbles are the amount of elements, these heritage elements, these dances and crafts and such, that have been added from those lists, or like that they are linked in Wikidata. So there are many countries who are already working on these inventories, especially, well, the big bubble is, of course, Spain. There are, let me see, there are 23 out of 38 inventories in Spain, because there are regional ones as well, and altogether 1,890 elements on those lists. And yes, and user Olea is very much responsible for this body of work. Activities and collaborations around data are also ongoing in Armenia, India, Indonesia, Moldova, Serbia, Latvia, Germany, Austria, Ireland, Belgium, Netherlands, Finland, Norway, and Ghana, of what we know. So this is a snapshot from the statistics on Wikimedia projects, that it's affecting the number of articles beautifully. And this is the growth of the number of articles related to living heritage over the course of this project. Well, of course, it's partly because they have been identified more, and partly maybe because there have been more articles written. And what we see is that the biggest growth has happened in Turkish. The fastest grower is Armenian, and the most articles have been written in French, and they are still leading. Let's see, is it going to be a race? So maybe not the last, but the fourth step is to share the learnings and to inspire others. What we have is a section on the website, which is on Meta. It's funny to call Meta a website, but it is. There are pages to share your learnings in different formats. We have how-to articles, we have best practices, and blog posts. And there are also events that we have organized. This one was in the spring together with the Creative Commons Working Group on the Ethics of Open Sharing, Let's Connect, and Wikimedia Culture and Heritage, about the specific questions relating to the ethics when sharing data openly, and ways in which we can tackle them in the future, and specifically in the Wikimedia environment, which is mainly considering the copyright issues, but maybe not finding nuanced ways of sharing information. So coming up is an event with Let's Connect, as well as then in the Swiss Glam Hack, together with local contexts who do the traditional knowledge labels. We have some kind of program planned for that. We are still planning. So how would you want to join? As a Wikimedia contributor, you would best team up with your affiliates so that you can then team up with these focal points and organizations so that it supports partnerships in the long run. Or you can join volunteer teams on the website, and we have weekly meetings as well, online every week. This week we didn't. So, groups and organizations, we have a page on Meta, on these pages, where you find contacts of the Wikimedia affiliates, or the Wikimedia affiliates can find the contacts of the respective NGOs or focal points, the ones that we have listed, to make contact and to share your data and expertise. And then here at Wikimania, please stay after this session, like at the back of the grand hall, to see how we can proceed further. But we also have booked a roundtable on Friday. This was Friday, August 18th, 4:45, room 324, where I'm inviting everyone who is interested in maybe creating these local events or thinking about like how to go on from this, like in the long run, and so on. You can this shortened URL is going to take you to the specific page on the Wiki Loves Living Heritage site. And you can always email us as well. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you to all our speakers. For all the people in the room, we're going to have a break for the next 15 minutes and we'll come back for the next session. Thank you very much.
Good to go. Oh, whoa. Good morning, Singapore. Hello. And good day, wherever you are in the world joining us online. I'm really excited to be here with this amazing panel talking about one of the things that have been occupying all of us recently, which is generative AI, and specifically how it connects to what we all do on the wiki world. So I've gathered a few friends to kind of have a good chat and The idea for this panel is we've just heard in the morning panel from the Wikimedia Foundation and what it's been developing. And I think this panel is more about community focus, but I still wanted to have in the room some representatives from other stakeholders. So we have Leila here from the Wikimedia Foundation and Jimmy, that no one needs to introduce, kind of representing the board. But the rest are community folks, and this is what I'm hoping for this panel. I'm hoping that this sparks a discussion that is way, way beyond this panel. Essentially, because I believe that as a community that is global and dispersed, we're all, into doing our own thing sometimes, but what is happening now is massive, it's disruptive, it's changing the world, it's changing the way that we're consuming information and producing it. And I really honestly think that we as a community need to have a global discussion about it and be more strategic. So what I have in plan for us today is to start a small collaborative effort to, first of all, map out what are the current uses that were already being seen in the community, happening naturally, organically. What are some of the challenges that we've seen? But mostly, what should be the next steps that we take as a global community together? And hopefully this is the part where you can join us and share your thoughts and share your questions online and here in the room. So without further ado, I want to begin with a really short introduction of our panelists. And I'll start right from the right, at least my right, Andrew Lee. Please explain, share who you are, although...
Yes, hi. How are you doing? Hi, I'm Andrew Lee. I'm user facilitator on the projects in the community. Some of you may know I've written a book about Wikipedia, and for the last few years I work as the Wikimedian in residence, but also the Wikimedian at large at the Smithsonian Institution, which is the kind of our national museum in the United States, and with the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So I've been working a lot with those institutions on big data projects, and most recently on AI style projects. So happy to talk about this topic with you all.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Leila.
Hi, everyone. My name is Leila Zia. I'm the head of research at the Wikimedia Foundation. If you're not familiar with the research team, it's the team that develops models and insights using scientific methods and helps strengthen the Wikimedia research community. I'm here because, as you can imagine, the research team is very much involved in thinking about and also developing models using generative AI and large language models. And also we are part of the conversations and collaborations within the foundation with other teams. So I'm going to be sharing some of the perspectives of our team as well as other teams as we are going through this conversation together. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, Leila. Calder.
Hello, I'm Galder Gonzalez. I'm a member of the Basque Wikimedians user group and also a staff member there. I work mostly in education programs, but also other things. And I think I'm here because I'm interested in this topic, and I have been talking with Shani. So let's see if we can introduce a new topic or something related to education.
Thanks, Galder. Jimbo.
Hello, I'm Jimmy Wales. I have a very keen interest in all of this area. I'm not an expert in anything, but I'm constantly thinking and testing and trying things with ChatGPT and the other large language models. And I see a lot of opportunities for us in this, and obviously some risks as well. Personally, though, I'm really looking forward to the day when my role can be completely replaced by an AI. That would be fantastic.
Thanks, Jimmy. Neta.
My name is Neta Hussain. I am a volunteer on English and Malayalam language Wikipedia since 2009. I also upload photographs to Commons, and I'm also active on Wikidata. I'm basically using ChatGPT and Midjourney, these two generative AI models, to make my volunteering work efficient. And of course, I believe that if you are using these models, you have to be quite, you have to use your discretion before you put your content up there online. So I will be speaking more about how to center yourself, how to have human-centric AI to be able to use your discretion and put up and understand understand your content and then place it up on the internet on Wikimedia projects.
And last but not least, Tilman.
Oh yeah, my name is Tilman Bayer, username HAB on English, German, Wikipedia, and some others. So I'm the editor of the Wikimedia Research newsletter, where we summarize academic research about Wikipedia, a lot of which is about large language models or natural language processing, and even before ChatGPT came along. Also, I'm involved in the Signpost, it's the English Wikipedia's newsletter, where we report on a lot of what's going on, including on such concerns.
Thanks so much for being here, all of you. You really do come from different portions or parts or corners of our movement. And I think it would be really interesting to begin with simply trying to map what are some of the uses that you've already are either experimenting yourself with Gen AI in our work in the wiki world, or have seen, have witnessed, with the caveat, right? There's one caveat: we're not going to map everything. I'm sure there are things that are going to be missing, and we're counting on you, the audience, here in the room and also online, to help us map out all the other uses that are currently happening that we're not going to cover here in this panel. So let's begin with Neta. I'm actually very interested to know what your experience has been so far.
Well, in my case, I experimented with Midjourney. It's a generative AI technique. It's a generative AI software that will help you to create images. So I tried to create historical figures, animals. I just played around with things and figured out that it produces pretty decent images, but not of photographic quality. So I would get portraits of Alan Turing or Ada Lovelace or any of these famous personalities, but they are not exactly as is in the photographs. So the small blemishes on their faces, or the small features, they are not always adequately represented in the images that Midjourney is creating. And I uploaded this content to Wikimedia Commons, and in the end I found that they are widely reused externally. It's reused within Commons to an extent, but externally people are using it on postcards, they are using it on mugs, t-shirts, wherever, and I even found a website which is selling this content for money. So that's something I've been seeing with Midjourney generated content. I also experimented with ChatGPT to try and see if it writes a decent Wikipedia article. And it really wrote me a convincing article about a medical condition, but it was completely wrong. And the references that I got, they were completely made up. So the articulation, the way the article was written was so convincing that it even lured me as a medical doctor to believing that it was true, but it was almost 90% false. So I find a use case where you can actually use ChatGPT to rephrase sentences, to summarize some content, but not in the context of creating an entire Wikipedia article. I also tried ChatGPT with writing small pieces of code. So I wanted to find I had a list of articles related to COVID-19 and how it affects different countries. So there are articles about COVID-19 in Argentina, COVID-19 in India, COVID-19 in USA, and so forth. And I wanted to find how they compare with each other when it comes to byte count and article quality. So I wrote a simple code using Python. It was completely done by ChatGPT. ChatGPT wrote a beautiful code for me to go through all these articles, find their byte counts. And I found that the article about COVID-19 in Yemen is 10 times less in terms of byte count compared to the article about COVID-19 in the USA. So these kinds of smaller research that you can undertake on your own, it could be offloaded to ChatGPT. But as I always say, all these generative AI technology has to be used with discretion. And you have to put your discretion first before you use any of those contents.
Thanks so much, Neta. These are quite different uses, some of them with pictures, some of them with text. In a sense, demonstrating that this is quite a vast world that we can be using in various different ways. And I think another maybe different aspect may come from some of the uses that Andrew has been experimenting with. Andrew, do you want to share a bit more?
Yeah, hi, thanks. In the Telegram group, I put in a link to some of my documentation of playing with ChatGPT in the early days. So I'm not alone, as many of you probably tried. And I think a lot of us are people who like direct experience with these types of tools. So I think my first experiments with it are similar to what you probably saw, which is write a Wikipedia article about X. And hopefully that X was something we don't have an article about. So you would actually be testing ChatGPT's ability to scrape and collate rather than just regurgitate an existing Wikipedia article. I think most of you found out very quickly that no matter how much you try to tell ChatGPT, please cite your sources, I absolutely positively do not want you to make up any sources. They must be true. Do you understand? It says yes, and then spits out an article with fake sources, right? What we call hallucinations. So yeah, in certain situations, if the content you're asking it to write is very much based on press releases, very factual information, it does an okay job. But anytime it goes outside those boundaries, the hallucination problems and those types of things take root. And I was talking about this with some tech folks. It's like, it's almost useless at that point, right? Because to try to fix a problematic article by checking every source, you might as well just write it from scratch yourself, right? So that was one of the early experiments we saw using that. But that doesn't mean I'm down on the technology. It means you need to ask it the right things to get good results, right? So in terms of being creative and being advisory, I think ChatGPT has huge potential. Then we went to ChatGPT and said, here's an existing draft of a Wikipedia article, given our policies around PR speak, about advertising copy, and we fed it I don't want to see these type of words, I don't want to see something that sounds like a press release, do you understand? It actually did a pretty good job of saying, is this draft good enough to be in Wikipedia? And we actually were playing around with folks in the community, saying maybe we could use ChatGPT for new editors to say, how adequate is my draft for Wikipedia? So I think that's a better use case than just saying, mimic a Wikipedia editor, which is not a very satisfactory thing. And then the last thing I'll add, because I'd love to hear other situations here about how these are used, is when used in the area of Wikidata, I was very impressed with what ChatGPT could do out of the box, because in the museum and library world, we often have what we call kind of fuzzy metadata, right? You'd have an art historian saying, this artwork was created in the first half of the 17th century. And you're like, how do I put that into Wikidata? Because Wikidata doesn't like first half of the 17th century. It wants to say start date, end date, and then what we call sourcing circumstances, like circa, maybe, probably, those type of things. And if you feed ChatGPT 50 examples saying that when you see first half of 17th century, you should put this into Wikidata, what I did using quick statements, if you know what that is. And you fed a lot of things, like here's the exact date, here's the probably date, here's the first half date, here's the latter half of the 20th century. And you gave it a lot of training data. When we fed ChatGPT new dates it never seen before, it did an extremely good job at spitting out Wikidata quick statements that satisfied what we wanted to do. So that's my bright spot story, in that for transforming data, huge potential, especially for saving our folks in our community that don't really know how to program or don't want to learn how to write Python scripts, to say, hey, ChatGPT, here's 50 examples. If I give you a new thing, can you do the right thing? And it has done the right thing in many ways. And that's really exciting, at least for me, to see that this is a bridge for people who want to get the advantages of coding without needing to learn how to code. And that's exciting to me. Thank you.
So we've heard so far from only 2 panelists, but you can already appreciate the array of different things that we've been kind of doing. And I'm wondering, before we move on to the next topic, if any of the other panelists have an additional use that we haven't mentioned that you want to mention. Jimmy?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about a use case outside of the Wikimedia context. So at Fandom, which most of you know is a for-profit wiki company with pop culture and so on, for a long time the community has been very eager to have quizzes. The sort of thing we wouldn't really consider having at Wikipedia, but quizzes are fun. The community enjoys taking quizzes. They enjoy competing with each other and so on. And so, but they're very, very, even though the content at Fandom is more casual in a way than Wikipedia, they still, like at Wikipedia, they don't want you to get anything wrong about Star Wars. So the community enjoys taking quizzes, and they have said they would like to make quizzes, but actually not many quizzes get made. It's not that fun to make a quiz, it's a lot of work. And so we've been experimenting with using ChatGPT to generate quizzes where we feed it an entry on Darth Vader, to be simple, and say, give us a 10-question multiple choice quiz with answers in JSON format so that we can quickly import it into a quiz tool. And again, it hallucinates, it gets things wrong. In the earliest attempts, it would get sort of 3 out of 10 questions would be just completely crazy and wrong. But with some refinement and with some yelling at it, as Andrew sort of described, the team is getting it up to like 98, 99% accuracy, which is actually good enough that then the community can go through the quiz and just delete the ones that don't make sense. And so suddenly there's this ability to generate huge amounts of quite interesting and entertaining content that's reasonably accurate and so forth. So it's a different kind of use case from what we're using or what we're thinking about, but I thought it was very interesting. And obviously in our context, maybe there are some uses in educational settings and things like that for that kind of sort of repurposing Wikipedia content in a new way.
Absolutely. And I think what I've been hearing from, just the beginning of this panel of the current uses, to me, says, we live in a really exciting times in that sense. It's the rise of the machine people. And we get to see it live and experiment with it. There are some benefits, there are some challenges. For sure, there's a learning curve, right? And I think some of what we are seeing here is that we as a community, first of all, need to really experiment with these tools and then try to understand how we can apply them to what it is that we are doing. And we see all sorts of innovation, including quizzes and just things we wouldn't have thought about originally. And I know Galder hasn't spoken, but your Wikipedia has been creating mythological pictures using Midjourney to illustrate articles, and you've been experimenting with summarizing some of the text, etc. But I don't want to ask you about that. I want to ask you about some of the challenges, because I want to move us to some of the issues that we've been seeing using these different platforms. And certainly it's not just ChatGPT, right? There is such a huge array of tools out there from yes, the ChatGPTs and Claude and Bard and all of these, but there are also ones that create PowerPoints and quizzes and pictures, etc. And it's really endless. And voice, there are really automated animations and really things that we haven't really considered properly for our world. So I want to ask you, as someone who has been experimenting quite early on with these types of tools and doing quite innovative work in your community, what have been some of the challenges that you've been seeing?
Okay, so I had prepared my first experiences, but let's go to the challenge. One of the challenges I wanted to mention here will be, let me introduce a little story. My elder daughter, she's 6 years old, and she came home this year like they had for first time computers in the school, because with 6 years old is the first time they had it. And she came very excited saying, do you know that there is a page in internet where you can know everything? And I said, oh wow, which is that page? No, it's Google. So she said, oh, you can ask anything at Google and it will give you the answer. So I went, okay, let's ask. So she asked it, this is her actual first question. Where do panteras sleep? That was her first question. And it was a really strange question. The funny thing is that if you write it in English, you will get an answer, but if you write it in Basque, you won't get an answer. If you read the Wikipedia article about panteras, you will have a really huge taxonomy article, but not an answer. And if you go to the actual panteras he was thinking about, that is the jaguar, you won't get an answer. There is no information about where panteras sleep. But ChatGPT says it correctly, that they sleep sometimes in dens and sometimes in trees. So you can't get the answer from Wikipedia. And you can't get the answer from Wikidata. And you can't get the answer from Google if you don't type in English. you actually can get the answer from commons because we have a lot of images of panteras sleeping. That will be one goal, how to also find these kind of answers. The second one is related to this, is languages. You can have really good answers working in English. You can have fairly good answers. I have tested working in Spanish, French, and I assume that there will be also good answers in German, Russian, Chinese, Italian maybe. I mean, the most spoken 10 languages, but you won't have really good answers in all the other 7,000 languages in the world. So whenever we are talking about let's do something, we have to be aware that there is a high-speed road for English, there is like a middle road for other 10 languages, and there are no roads for like most of the languages in the world. And the other problem that we are facing is that as we are using automatically created text everywhere, like automatic translations and so on and so on, the next models will be trained in the things we have created, and the things we have created has been created by a machine. So the next language model will think that the machine created text is the correct one because it's the one which you are training with. I don't know if you understand this, but every iteration will be the language poorer than before because it assumes that that is the correct way to say things. So if we create a whole Wikipedia with ChatGPT, the next iteration will be based in what ChatGPT thinks is the correct way of writing. That will be very good in English. I have tested it. It's great, but it's very poor in other languages. So I think these are some of the things we have to be aware.
Absolutely. And I think in that sense, talking about some of the challenges that go really beyond just different languages, right? Maybe the most essential issue for all of us Wikimedians is provenance, the fact that there are no references, right? Like, to me, as an educator, as a researcher, and as a Wikimedian, the first thing that I look at in any text is, show me the reference. Where does that come from? How can I verify that this is true? And in essence, what all of these Gen AI tools are doing are creating another barrier between the consumers of knowledge and the information itself, or rather the source of that information. And that has been a huge, huge deal for our community. We're now trying to tackle it, at least experimenting with it slightly, and maybe Leila, you can say something about the plugin for Wikipedia and other efforts.
Sure. So the Wikimedia Foundation, as some of you may know, is experimenting in the space of LLM, large language models, and generative AI. The foundation recently launched the ChatGPT plugin for Wikipedia. And if you now go to the ChatGPT tab corresponding to plugins, you can get the Wikipedia plugin. All the Wikipedia plugin does is basically it creates a prism that you can basically use to focus on Wikipedia content. So as a user, you can ask a question of ChatGPT, and then you can also ask the question of ChatGPT using the Wikipedia plugin, and then get a sense of what would happen if ChatGPT would focus on the Wikipedia content. In other words, what is Wikipedia's perspective on the answer to the question that the user is asking? So if you have not experimented with it, I encourage you to experiment. This is definitely an experimental plugin. The purpose is to try to understand how people engage with this kind of technology and what are some of the affordances that we can have. As Shani mentioned, the issue of provenance and verifiability is core, of course, to the work that we all do in the Wikimedia movement, and particularly around Wikipedia. So on that note, I will say that we are looking at applications of large language models and generative AI that can help us innovate basically in a shorter term, medium term, and also think about the longer term problem of provenance as we move forward. In the short term, we think that text summarization is an area that we should invest in, and we actually are investing in right now. Text summarization can have many different applications. You can think about, I mentioned this in the previous session, the perennial sources discussion on English Wikipedia, for example, has been going on for more than 2 decades. When we were last in Stockholm for Wikimania, one of the requests from the community, parts of the community on English Wikipedia, was can we receive like summaries of these discussions? Because if you're a new person going to that page, you have to read basically 2 decades of discussions to understand where we are, unless the editors have done the manual work of creating summaries in the perennial sources. So this is one of the places that large language models can be utilized using the existing content that is on Wikipedia, in this case in the discussion pages or in the policy pages, and then surface the summaries of what has been discussed and also say where the information is coming from. Because in this case, it is very clear. They are basically the technology is processing the pages that are on Wikipedia, and it can actually point back to where the information is coming from. So we're looking at text summarization as one piece of technology. Of course, it has many applications. It can be related to vandalism detection or other, article description, summary of edit descriptions, or other applications. Where are the places that we can use this technology to reduce some of the load that is on the existing editors on top of thinking about future audiences?
Thanks, Leila. And I think, Tilman, I know you've been experimenting quite early, right? As early, if I remember correctly, as July 2022, even before ChatGPT was deployed with all sorts of Gen AI platforms, and I think you can tell us a bit more from your perspective about the different challenges that you've encountered.
Yeah, I mean, I was referring to an experiment that the Signpost did by myself personally, but which direct us to Leila's point about text summarization. So the Signpost has these arbitration reports, which is about reporting what the arbitration committee decided, and it's always very formalistic, like they sanctioned this user because of this evidence, etc. And actually ran this with GPT tools before the release of ChatGPT, and it worked pretty well with corrections, of course, right, not unsummarized. So I think there was an early example of the value of summarizing our huge amounts of discussions we have on Wikipedia, right? I think that's kind of what Leila is referring to. I do want to mention, I think that ChatGPT plugin, yes, you should try it all out. I think it's generally only available to paid subscribers still, right? We pay $200, but I think the foundation has this offer that if you email, they can send you an email with a sign-up link for free. Is that correct? So just keep that in mind if you try it out. So you don't necessarily have to pay the $20 to try out the Wikipedia plugin. And lastly, I want to mention a general remark about these limitations and challenges. And we really need to be aware that this is a field is really moving very quickly. And for example, yes, it's right that ChatGPT doesn't cite sources and it's outdated. But we've had the Bing AI, right, in which Bing is actually citing very current sources, right? So if you want to try out writing a Wikipedia article, you should actually not use ChatGPT, you should try Bing, which at least tries to give you current references, which may still be hallucinated, but you have a better chance of getting this to work. And also looking forward, again, things are moving very quickly, and the people who are involved in this field, even the full-time AI researchers, they are kind of overwhelmed, right? There's several articles are like, oh God, I don't know what's going on, and every day there's new research results and new products, and we all need to keep this in mind. But what's not working today may work tomorrow, or what's not a problem for us today may become a problem tomorrow. So I just want to advise some general caution and open-mindedness.
Thanks, Tilman. And I guess this is, again, just the beginning, the tip of the icebergs in terms of the challenges that we're facing as a global community. There have been additional ones mentioned in today's session, including attribution, including the whole issue of copyrights. There's a whole issue of the general public simply not understanding that they need to critically look at the content. So there's a digital literacy, or rather generative AI literacy, that we need to kind of attend on a global level to new audiences, communicating with these tools, and how it's impacting us, because more and more they will go to different tools and less to our platform. So it raises all sorts of questions. And I guess that brings me to maybe the core reason why I wanted to actually facilitate this session and have this global discussion, and for you to start helping us mapping more systematically both what is already happening but also the challenges, is that we can also then take the discussion one step further and kind of talk about what are the needs. Leila kind of prompted us this morning to ask, to request, and to request we need to kind of agree on what it is that we need. And I can start us off by saying, you know, Andrew mentioned Wikidata, and I see Danny here in the room. Right now, generative AI large language models are not using Wikidata at all. They're just using Wikipedia, tiny portions of Wikisource, and tiny portions of one of our other projects, I'm not sure which, Commons maybe, but they're not including a huge amount of, what is it now, over 105 million items on Wikidata last time I checked, and now Wiki functions launching. So there's the whole discussion of how this whole world of linked open data is connected to generative AI, that to me is an unsolved issue that we still need to kind of grapple with. So that's another issue down the road that we kind of need to explore. But I guess, to me, it has to begin with simply mapping out what's happening. And maybe it's a good time to say, we've been doing, again, stuff in different corners of the movement. There are some wiki pages, there's a Telegram group, you're all welcome to join. There's a Facebook group if you don't like Telegram, or vice versa. There are various corners, but we don't have one space where we all come together to talk about these. And I think we should, I really do. So this is about you, all of you, including the people at home. And we want to open the floor, in a sense, to hearing what do you think should be the next steps. I'm going to start us off actually with the panelists. So I want to ask each of you to say one thing that you think is like tomorrow morning, what do we need to do as a movement to start strategically thinking about us? What do we need? What is missing right now for us to tackle it in a more strategic way? I'm just going to do it by order. So Andrew. Not to put you on the spot or anything.
Yeah, I think, I guess this is looking beyond the ChatGPT horizon, which, and I guess, I don't know, Leila, you can tell us more about it, but when I was at the hackathon in Athens earlier this year, I was very encouraged to hear that there's going to be an adoption of a framework to experiment more with machine learning, right? This is called LiftWing, I believe. It's the first time I ever heard it, was in Athens earlier this year. How many people here have heard of LiftWing? Okay, not that many folks, right? So I thought it was pretty cool. So you may know that we already have some AI being used in the movement at scale, like ORS, the objective revision scoring system we have, is its own machine learning system, and there's other machine learning systems. So I think LiftWing is a way to have a common platform to plug in and have these places in one space, and potentially that'll be a place where community members can write things that plug in as well. So I think that's what I'm most excited about, is providing the same way that we have things like Pause as like a Python platform for our community to easily write Python scripts. If we have a framework like LiftWing that allow people to very easily not have to buy a subscription somewhere or define computing power on Google Cloud, and we actually have a framework for people to start experimenting, I'm excited about that potential.
Thanks, Andrew. So I'm hearing a platform to experiment with as a first step. Leila?
Yeah, and maybe just to follow on what you shared, Andrew. So if you haven't checked out LiftWing, you can. It's online, and there is, I believe there's also a session on the topic. I'll come back to you with that. However, what I wanted to say about LiftWing, which is a technology developed by the machine learning team in the Wikimedia Foundation, is that the team is really centering their thinking around how to enable the community to govern the machine learning models that the foundation, or AI models that the foundation or the community develops. This really is anchoring right now around the one piece of way of thinking, which is called model cards. These are some of the latest recommendations by experts in this space that It is important for every machine learning model or AI model that goes to production to have a model card where actually it is clear where the data for this model is coming from, what is the technology that is being used for training the data and developing the model, what are the potential implications of using this model. So these are all documented. So if you look at for model cards Wikimedia page on Meta, you can see which models are right now in production and what are the model cards corresponding for these models. And I really applaud the work of the team on this front because it's really opening the space for everyone to engage with this piece of technology in terms of governing it by the community members, for the community members and the projects. Maybe if I can go back to your question, Shani, about what is one thing that we should talk about. It's a hard question. It's in my heart to say it since the previous session, so I say it here, that I think we haven't really talked about Wikisource and the importance of Wikisource in this conversation. As we're talking about languages and the potential of leaving languages behind, we should remind ourselves that a lot of the content from a lot of the knowledge that we're talking about is not actually available anywhere on the web. And Wikisource, as our online digital library, is going to play a key role for helping that kind of content to even come to the internet and get connected and be on the web, so that we can talk about, the kinds of technologies that we're talking about. So eventually we can build, if we want to, and if it's useful, large language models for other languages.
I'm really hopeful that Wiki Functions at some point will help us address that. No pressure, Danny and James. But yeah, I think that in the further future, we will have to address the language issue more systematically, and Wikisource is part of it, Wikidata as well. And by the way, how cool is it that ChatGPT can now give us Sparkle? And I love Sparkle, but we don't need to know it anymore to actually write queries, just in parentheses. Galder, what is your wish?
So in Basque Wikimedians, we are now with a project of multimedia content, like video, pedagogical videos added to articles, and which are especially expensive. So we have been testing an idea about what about automatic podcasts? I mean, you fit an article and you get a podcast with a sound logo. We have a sound logo. So you can hear it every morning in Spotify while you are driving, because you can do that. I mean, it's possible to do that. Well, this is possible in English, actually. We have tested it, and it's great, but only in English. Well, it's actually possible with some other languages, but not for us. So could we do that? Could we do something like that, like the featured article, for example, in any Wikipedia, could be summarized, text-to-speech, added with a music, you select free music from Commons, and then you have it in other media, like in Spotify or whatever, podcast or whatever you did for that. And this is something we are researching, not heavily researching, but we are trying to do that.
But is there a specific need that you see right now?
Yes. The problem is that we can't do that in other languages that are not English. And the problem is that summarizing in other languages is very difficult. The problem is that text-to-speech is available in Basque, but it's not available in most of the languages in the world. And you have 40 different speakers in English, with different accents, but this is reduced to one and very computer-like, robot-like in most of the languages in the world. So I think if we want to do something like that, we need a lot of steps that are beyond what simple Wikipedians, even if you have some money to invest on that, can do, because we are talking about very large models, we are talking about technology that is out of scope of any user group, and it's something that Wikimedia Foundation could invest, but not only the Wikimedia Foundation, it's something that goes beyond the Wikimedia Foundation. And I think that, well, I don't know how, but let's dream on that kind of ideas.
To me, by the way, that also implies having better tools to monitor the content that is, the flux of content that is being produced by these machines, in a more efficient way. I mean, we've been doing some of it already, but in a sense, maybe working on that as well to make sure that our volunteers, I think it was mentioned also in the morning, making sure that volunteers do less mundane technical stuff and do more things that require actually a human brain. So helping our community with tools would be some of the implications, I think, of what you're talking about, but I'm not sure. Partly. So.
I don't actually know. What do we need to do that? I mean, it's beyond we can imagine things. Actually, we can do it by hand. I mean, we can fit an article, summarize, translate, fit to a text-to-speech, then add somewhere in Commons, and then build a podcast in Spotify. But that's not the idea. The idea will be something like, for example, anyone in the world can open an article, just click a button, and have a good summary read while they are, I don't know, cooking or driving or whatever, or just working in the factory, and they can hear knowledge. I mean, that idea will be different. And I don't know which infrastructure we do need for that. It's way beyond my knowledge of what infrastructures we can have, and they are actually possible for the Wikimedia Foundation.
Thank you. And now that the mic is moving to Jimmy, I want to invite the audience to start writing questions if you do have them, so we can see it and address it in a few seconds when we finish the round. So if you do have questions, post them. Jimmy, what is your wish?
Well, I mean, I think I want to leave enough time for the audience, so I don't have anything specific to add, other than to say, I think we all need to be really actively, intellectually engaging with what's going on in this space. It clearly is going to have huge impact on our work. There's huge opportunities and huge risks. And so I'm happy that we're having this session, but I also think in 2 years, 3 years' time, we're going to be having a load of sessions and a load of different things going on that in some way are impacted by this generative AI.
Thanks, Jimmy. Netta.
Yeah, I have something to add on to what Galdar and Shani said earlier. This is concerning mis and disinformation. So we kind of know that with generative AI, it's quite easy to churn out a lot of content which looks really convincing. And in future, or already in the present, there are probably people who are, generating content from ChatGPT or any other generative AI platforms and trying to put that content up on Wikipedia. And it's quite hard to detect if that is mis or disinformation because they sound very convincing and it's not exactly blatant misinformation. People are probably putting that there in good faith and they don't really know that this is misinformation. So my wish is to have, more tools to be able to detect this kind of subtle misinformation and also to establish, revise our policies and to establish new practices where you can more easily detect misinformation and reduce the burden of volunteers to keep on the watch, be vigilant for, this kind of vandalism.
Thank you, Netta. Tilman, last but not least.
Yeah, I want to encourage us all to think a bit more what it means from the reader perspective, which we haven't talked a lot about. So we don't have a good understanding how people read Wikipedia articles. There's been a bit more progress in recent years. But I mean, I've seen several anecdotal reports of people saying, yeah, I find myself only going to ChatGPT instead of Wikipedia now. And yes, I know it's hallucinating, but Wikipedia has vandalism too. And also, we're not the only website on the web where people go to for information. And if you look at, for example, Khan Academy, which is a bit, wouldn't say our competitor, but if you want to learn about a topic, right, you can go to Wikipedia, you can go to Khan Academy, watch their videos. And they jumped head into this, right? They built an AI assistant based on GPT last year. So there's a big contrast to our movement, right, where we kind of sat back and let it happen. And or look at Stack Overflow, where we have been very concerned about where their readers go, and there's a discussion which is happening. So yeah, my wish is to get a bit of better understanding if readers are leaving us for ChatGPT, what happened. I mean, maybe the foundation has looked at this. I mean, it wasn't mentioned as far as in this morning session, but if there's data on this, right, if you're losing readers' traffic, and then secondly, just experiment more with reader tools. And there are some things, like I encourage people to check out, for example, Santos' question answering bot experiment. Maybe, I don't know if you'll mention in the talk, but there's some experimentation going on how we could integrate generative AI with our articles for a better reader experience.
Thanks, Tilman, and thanks to the whole panel. I guess I want to throw my own ask, and mine is quite a humble one. I think we're at a very initial stage of this global discussion, and we should be much more proactive. I just want to have a space, like one designated place, where we can curate all the work and make sure that we engage everyone for a starter. So that's my ask, and I want to include a comment that we got from our online audience, and this is someone saying, thank you first of all for engaging. Should the movement play an influencing role highlighting responsible tech or AI for tech organizations of all kinds? I think that's a great question. I think we've been already doing it and will continue to be doing it, but maybe Jimmy, you want to say something about that, and then Leila?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the question, I mean, to me, that's an obvious yes. I think we have a strong voice about technology and ethics and being responsible and being thoughtful. And I think we already are. I mean, when I had a call with Sam Altman, and my very first question to him was, how is the work going in terms of not hallucinating references? Because that's, for me, one of the most problematic aspects of the current thing. The answer is it's a really hard problem. But yeah, I think we definitely should play a positive role in talking about positive uses for technology and education and so forth, and responsible uses.
Yes, and in that sense, responsible to me expands to free also, because I think one of the highlights of what we do is making sure that every single human being can access knowledge. And I think what we've been seeing growingly, because these tech companies, all the ChatGPTs and et cetera, are managed by for-profit companies, the reality is that some of it is free, but many of the attributes, the possibilities are locked or require further payment. So to me, that creates an even wider divide in the world between those who can pay to get access to accurate knowledge and those who can't. So that's another thing for us to kind of consider as well as advocates for freedom of knowledge as a basic human right. Leila and then Galder.
I think my answer is also yes. I think the question is like how much more and in which ways. Some of the work that is already happening, as some of you know, I mean, we as a movement and Wikimedia Foundation as a foundation, we take our values, our guiding principles seriously, and we put those into work. In the context of AI and large language models, for example, the legal team in the foundation is working with the research team and machine learning teams on developing AI human rights checklist. This is a checklist that is going to help us understand what type of technologies are we going to basically productionize and put on Liftwing or other platforms that we offer in the future. And this is going to guide us, and this is the kind of thing that at least by doing it, we can help influence others and lead other companies, organizations. Communications plays a key role in this space. We can do so many amazing things, but if we don't communicate and we don't communicate proactively, and when I say we, I mean all of us, with all the different affordances that we have where we are in different parts of the movement. So I think communication is also a key aspect for influencing, but we should definitely do that, yes.
Thanks. Galder? Okay. This leaves us a roughly 10 minutes to hear from the audience. So any questions, any comments? Yes, you. Can you bring a mic to him? There are mics, okay.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Jonathan, Director of Engineering at Wikimedia Deutschland. I work in the AI as well, and with the AI ethics sector, I was wondering about the future of not just Wikimedia, but our effect on society in general. Two factors, positive and negative. I was curious of your input on this. One is not just all large language models' ability to proliferate disinformation. And when I started at Wikimedia, I found it to be a balancing act for disinformation. I know that some can be passed through Wikipedia, But I was wondering if there's a way, I think the AI checklist would go along with this as well, but just the idea of how we could be an element against disinformation now that the large language models are hugely, can emphasize it dramatically. And in a slightly different direction, and pick your choice, but on would say larger population Wikipedia articles. If you want to retrain a large language model, you only need a small amount of data, and so you can take what the English large language model is doing and then convert it to many, many other languages depending on that scale. And I agree. I was wondering if we've looked into how much of our data can be used to do that. How many Wikipedia articles do we need to retrain an existing large language model on Basque, since you're here? So, whichever direction you want to take.
Who wants to take the first one?
There is a small problem. It's not only about languages, it's also about what each language or culture will highlight on a topic. And I mean, we have been doing that, for example, summarizing science articles for children in Wikipedia, in our children's encyclopedia, where there is not a large bias. The article about Jupiter will be slightly similar in every language in the world, but not for other topics. And maybe introducing a cultural bias will be also a problem there. But that's something we had to figure also with abstract Wikipedia and with many other things.
Yeah, I guess in a sense, to your question, to me it goes beyond misinformation. To me there's an unholy trinity of misinformation, disinformation, and actually missing information. And I think our community has been trying to do slowly, by and by, in various languages, consistent work to close different gaps. We have tons of work ahead of us, but I think it only highlights what's happening with Gen AI is only highlighting the importance of what we do and why it's so crucial. You know, Netta is sitting here. She's systematically, self-handedly, curating medical content related to women and consistently working to close gaps in that space, right? And that's just one tiny example. There's so many other gaps, so much missing information also. And that gets perpetuated in an internal bias that we all know from society, from our history as a human race, gets perpetuated by these machines that don't know any better. So in a sense, our role has never been more important than it is now. And to go back to the first comment of, do we as a movement have a say? Absolutely. Who else if not us, really? Who else is able to tackle it on a global scale than all of you here in the room? I think it's our job, and I would argue actually that we are probably better equipped to do this than other folks, just because we have the understanding of, hey, what is references? How do we construct knowledge properly? So any other comments from the audience? Yeah, Doug.
Thank you. I've got a comment and a question. First comment is, you mentioned sort of the list of platforms which the community has to discuss artificial intelligence. I just wanted to add one more. Since 2018, we've had an artificial intelligence group on MetaWiki, and we've got a plushie, the dodo. The question I have is, could anyone just summarize what is the current resembling consensus on how to use AI to edit Wikipedia at the moment? Is there even a consensus? I know there's a lot of discussion on this issue.
Okay, I can try to tackle it because I've actually been beginning or attempting to research the topic in various studies that I'm conducting at the moment. To my knowledge, which is limited, and here you all of you are to help me if I'm incorrect, but to my knowledge, there is no policy. There are individuals working and experimenting, but we don't have policies. We don't have case studies with bits and pieces of it, right? Which is why I wanted a panel. We need to be so much more coordinated in this work and so much more strategic. So it's, in a sense, just the beginning. We're in an experimental mode, and different people have been experimenting and sharing their experiences in various corners. but I haven't seen just yet like full policies around changes of policies or tools. The beginning, we see the beginning of experimenting with tools, but nothing so massive coming from the community just yet. That I'm really hoping will spark that, yeah.
I mean, if I could just say, a lot of our existing policies and practices already help quite a lot. In other words, things like when you make an edit to a Wikipedia entry, it should be well sourced, it should be accurate, it should be true, and you're responsible for what you've done there. That remains true, and that's actually very helpful. So it's a reason why we don't necessarily need a rule that says, don't just ask ChatGPT to write an entry and then just copy paste into Wikipedia with made up sources. That's already against the rules because it's going to have made up sources. That doesn't mean that there won't be any sort of tweaks. I mean, I think certainly, we have bot policies that vary, across languages. Can you use a bot to do X? Well, can you use a bot to spell check? Well, yeah, but there's parameters around that because spell checkers are sometimes wrong and so forth. Can you use a bot to whatever? And I think that those will begin to emerge. The kinds of things I'm interested in is using ChatGPT and AI to suggest things to editors. I think there's a real opportunity there. And I can imagine someone making a bot that only writes on talk pages that says, hi, I'm the bias bot, and I found these statements in this article that don't seem to be supported by the sources. Maybe a human might want to look at that. I think people might welcome a bot like that as long as it's generally not a waste of time and so forth. And we don't yet have a policy or need a policy about things like that. But it's the sort of thing that I think is going to emerge over time, and that fortunately nobody thinks, great, we'll just use bots now, because that would be a disaster.
Thanks, Jimmy.
I would just add that I think
just a second, we have 2.5 more minutes, and I promised
Can I add
Thomas.
one that if you go to the English Wikipedia W:/LLM, that's a policy draft, which is pretty far along as further reading to, they cover some of these use cases.
Thomas.
So there's been some mention about how LLMs are not amazing for generating new content from scratch, but they're all right currently at reformulating existing content into different formats. One of the things that Wikipedia in particular traditionally is terrible at is video content, and there have been some experiments in the past, but they've tended to be quite manually intensive. Have you seen any experimentation using generative AI in any sense to reformat Wikipedia articles specifically into video?
We are doing it at Buzz Wikipedia. I can talk to you later because we have 1 minute, but talk to you later.
Just a quick note, I admire Basque, Catalan, and those Wikipedias that can move quickly and try to experiment with a lot of stuff. I don't think you have a hope in English Wikipedia. They have a very big bias against visual content. So.
We need to fix that on another occasion, not during this panel. But I think, Thomas, to your question, we're at the very beginning of experimenting with, let's say, generated avatars or generated videos, even from text, which now there are specific tools that can do it to illustrate certain articles. I'm sure the community will discuss and continue to do that, but that's a good question. Thank you. Last remarks. We are less than a minute from finishing the panel, so I want to thank everyone who participated. I think we've just scratched the beginning of this, and I want to, first of all, say a huge thank you to Andrew and Leila and Galder and Jimmy and Netta and Tillman for joining today and sharing from their experiences. I'm hoping you're all going to help us curate some more information online, and that we can continue as a movement to have this discussion of what it is that we actually need to have as next steps. Please stay in the room if you're interested in the topic, because we're going to have another session connected to AI just now. Enjoy the rest of the day, and thank you.
Shani, one last thing. There was interest in people wanting to continue the conversation, so if you want to do lunch back there in the round tables, you can grab a bento box, and people want to talk about AI, you can lunch back there, I'll be there, and some other folks will be there too.
Perfect, thanks.
So the same
hotel.
And go left. Or so when we go out there.
Go. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Santosh, who is going to be talking about machine learning on our projects.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello and welcome everyone, and hello to everyone watching this online too. So I hope everybody is doing good. Today morning I was attending 2 sessions, both on generative AI. People were very interesting discussions, whether generative AI can create articles, how will it scale to the scale of languages that we are supporting. But this session is about the current state of machine learning techniques used in Wikipedia projects. It's not about the future, it's about the current states. I am Santosh Thottingal. I am a principal software engineer at Wikimedia Foundation. So in the next 30 minutes, I'll be talking about the existing major projects and briefly, and I will go through its use cases, guiding principles, product design, challenges, and their impact in the whole Wikimedia universe. The guiding principles of using machine learning technique in Wikipedia projects is not complex, it's simple. It's all about empowering our users, whether they are editors or whether they are just users. And we want to make sure that we are not discriminating based on any language. We want to make sure that all the tools that we are developing should be available in as much as many languages as possible. So that's one of the guiding principles. Second thing is, we want to make sure that all the editors and users center in the workflow. They are in charge of creating content. They are the masters. The AI is just for assisting them to save their effort, to save their time. But instead of going through these abstract principles, I will use the existing projects in Wikimedia Foundation, and I will explain how the product design, the use case, and how people are using exemplify these principles. I will start with one of the major projects within the Wikimedia Foundation called content translation. It uses machine translation technique, and this was started back in 2015. Content translation is about translating articles from one language to another language when it doesn't exist in the target language. So this requires a slightly different skill for the users. They should be bilingual. They should know multiple languages for obvious reasons. And they don't necessarily need to know the complexities of wiki editing, like wiki markup or wiki text or anything, or references, because the article already exists in another language. So they need to translate according to the grammar rules, and it should read very naturally in the target language. So that's the skill it requires. We provide this tool to address one major problem in the Wikimedia universe, that is language gap, which is a well-known problem. Everybody is aware of this issue. We have 6 million plus articles in English Wikipedia. We have 2 million plus articles in German Wikipedia, and then we have 657K plus articles in Indonesia, Telugu 84K plus, and then we have a long series of all these languages with different sizes, and we have 320 languages. So if you look at this illustration, please don't confuse that the knowledge gap issue does not exist for English. English is also facing the same issue. So for example, there are articles exist in German Wikipedia or Indonesian Wikipedia or Telugu Wikipedia that does not exist in English. So English can also benefit from transferring knowledge from other smaller Wikipedias to English. So it's not one direction from a large single Wikipedia to smaller Wikipedia. So this is our language gap issue. And this is one of the core issues that we want to try to solve using the content translation tool. But I want to emphasize that this is not the single solution to address the issue. It's a complicated issue about the knowledge gap. This is just one solution to address this issue. The way we designed the product is to make sure that it's easy for everybody to use. We have this source article in the left side. That's maybe a source language, for example, English. And then you have a placeholder where you can add more and more content in your target language, and then you will be presented with a lot of tools to work with this one. So as a user, they need to click on these placeholders like the add translation, and they will be presented with an initial version of the translation of the source article as the placeholder. And we will use machine translation wherever available to fill this content. So you have a draft version of the translation already presented using machine translation. Then you need to edit it. So if you think that you can just use the machine translation and publish, you're mistaken. That's not the concept here. You are presented with an initial version, and you need to edit it. You need to make sure that it is reading naturally according to your language, because we know that machine translation is not always perfect. Its quality varies per language. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not bad, sometimes it can get facts wrong, sometimes it can get grammar wrong. So you need to make it, you need to do all these edits. But then only you can publish it. And we also don't need you to use the verbal, literal translation of everything. You can edit it, you can remove certain parts, you can make it culturally appropriate, and then you can try to publish. But if there is some people who just want to publish without human edits, we do measure it, like how many post edits are doing on top of machine translation, and we will show you the amount of edits, amount of curation that you did in a percentage scale, and we have a threshold. This threshold is like how much percentage of the human edits need to happen before a translated article published in a target Wikipedia. This threshold is not decided by us, but decided by the community. The community tells like, okay, 95% of the machine translation is allowed in this wiki, depending on the current quality of the machine translation using the current machine translation engine. So we enforce that threshold, and if this is not followed, we will prevent people from publishing it. So this is how the machine translation quality is assured in every Wikipedia. So just going back to the guiding principles, so here when you publish an article, it's not the machine translation engine publishing the article. It's the users publishing this article. It's up to the users to make sure that the articles meets the quality of the target Wikipedia. The article is attributed to this editor. They are using machine translation only to save their time, to save their effort, and to make best use of their time. So that is the principle. So far, with this tool, the impact since it was started in 2015, we have published 1.6 million articles using this tool. Just to get a sense of that, if you combine all these 1.6 million articles into a single Wikipedia, this would be one of the top 10 Wikipedias we have. So we were also measuring whether the published articles are meeting the standards of that wiki. So we were measuring whether these articles are getting deleted based on the community standard later. And we were seeing that 4% of these published articles were getting deleted later for various reasons. But if you want to understand how this 4% is good or bad, we have an average 13% of deletion rate if you start an article from scratch in that Wikipedia using any editor. So if you start without a translation, there's a chance, a probability that your article will get deleted 13%. It's a rough estimate. But here it is, if it is published using machine translation, it is 4%. There is no machine translation engine that can support all the 320 languages, right? Integrated with the content translation tool. So for that, we have been integrating various machine translation engines into the system since the beginning of this tool. And then only we can cover all the languages we can cover. So we started with Apertium in 2015. At that point of time, that was one of the existing free and open source system with a good quality for many of the languages. I want to note that Apertium is not a machine learning-based machine translation system. It is a rule-based machine translation system. It's free and open source. We use Apertium for 45 languages. And then based on the community request, we were asked to integrate Google as well, Google Machine Translation Service. So we collaborated with Google. We got discounted API credits to integrate Google. We also got community feedback that they wanted to use Yandex machine translation engine for Russian and related languages. So we collaborated with Yandex, and we integrated Yandex also with the machine translation tool. Then we got feedback from the Chinese community that the Lingo Cloud machine translation engine is good for English Chinese and Chinese to English machine translation, so we integrated that as well. We also integrated Elia for Basque and other related languages. So combined with all these languages, for example, Google is covering 134 languages, Yandex is covering 99 languages, Lingo Cloud, Elia are supporting some other languages. But I want to mention that some of the languages will be covered by multiple engines. And we provide this as a choice to the users. So they can choose the best engine that meets their needs and that is best for their language. So that's why we have multiple engines, and we give this as a choice to the users to pick the correct one. But even with the combined all of these things, we had multiple problems. One is dependency on these external machine translation engines is not sustainable. That's one thing. Second thing is, like, if you want to scale up the machine translation capability in our infrastructure to more and more use cases, we should have our own capability on the machine translation. So for that, we were working this year to launch our own machine translation engine, a machine translation engine hosted within the Wikimedia Foundation that we can use it for any purpose in the Wikimedia Foundation, and we named it as Mint, M-I-N-T, the last one. It's self-hosted. We announced this in last June. This is a free and open source machine translation engine we hosted in our infrastructure. It provides a single unified machine translation API so that it can be integrated in various tools. And it is powered by various neural machine translation engines, starting from NLLB. NLLB is a project by Meta, Facebook. NLLB stands for No Language Left Behind. So it supports so many languages. We collaborated, Wikimedia Foundation collaborated with Meta, and we also have Wikipedia fine-tuned machine translation model from NLLB called NLLB Wikipedia to produce content that are according to the Wikipedia style of writing. And then we have OpusMT by OpusMT project by University of Helsinki to support some of the very low resource languages that are not supported by any other commercial or open source MT engines. We also got some feedback from the Catalan Wikipedia that the soft Catalan neural machine translation engine is good for, it's the state of the art for the English Catalan languages, so integrated. All of these are like open source licensed, I need to mention that. And then recently, the Indic Trans2 project by IIT Chennai, they released machine translation model for 22 Indian languages, and from feedback and by testing, we found that that's the state-of-the-art machine translation model for 22 Indian languages from English or from these languages to English. So we integrated that as well. So combining all these backends, we provide a unified interface, and we got the capability to support machine translation for 198 languages, which would be, I think, probably one of the largest machine translation system in production anywhere in the world, I guess. And when I say 198 languages, it's the unique number of languages. We allow translation between these languages to any other language, right? So currently we are having, if we count that one, we are supporting 35,924 language pairs for translation between any of these languages. So you can translate between any of these languages, right? So another advantage with having this self-hosted machine translation system is like we can integrate with more and more products in Wikimedia Foundation to reduce the knowledge gap, to make users accessible and reduce the barrier of language. We recently integrated with our localization platform called translatewiki.net, where we translate, localize our software interface. This machine translation engine is also currently used in that system. Let's talk about knowledge integrity. Here we are talking about vandalism prevention and patrolling, helping people to review the edits happening in Wikipedia. So here, this project is one of the oldest machine learning projects within the Wikimedia Foundation. This was started back in 2015, and it got a lot of press coverage of those days, like how we use machine learning for making Wikipedia and its knowledge integrity to vandalism prevention and making the reviewer's job very easy. We also have this research published in various places about how to make this machine learning a participatory machine learning, where we collaborate with the communities to make this machine learning work for their language. In basic terms, this works in this way. So you have a lot of edits happening in every Wikipedia. All these edits will be classified into certain categories. This is a good edit, this is a bad edit, or this needs review into certain categories. And this was named as Objective Revision Evaluation Service, called ORES in those days. So this is the basic technique how it is working. Recently, this evaluation will be further presented to the reviewers in special recent changes pages. Whenever you go to recent changes pages, it will be with some highlighting so that reviewers can filter it and they can choose which one is good, which one is bad, and they can do their own decisions. I need to note that this is just to inform the reviewers. And the machine learning tool does not make any decisions about your edit. It does not revert the content. It does not make any decisions on this one. It just informs the reviewers that the quality of the content. So here, the editors are in the loop. They are in the charge. Reviewers are in the charge. And they can also set thresholds, how strict it should be, how less strict it should be in certain wikis according to their preferences. But this system is getting modernized these days. It's getting the actual system that started many years back is getting deprecated now. ORES is getting deprecated. A new model that is coming these days, it's called the revert risk model, and it is hosted in our modern machine learning hosting platform called LiftWing. This is already in production. One reason why it is getting modernized is to support more and more languages. It required a lot of work to support more languages to do this revision scoring. Currently, there are two experiments happening on this one. One is to use a large language model called MPERT to score these edits. And the another one is I think this is the direction we want to move. It's the language agnostic scoring system, where we can score these edits independent of the languages. So this table shows just an comparison. Irrespective of whether which model we are using, the whole machine learning model, both of these are trained on the past reverts, the past history of all the edits happening in every Wikipedia. So that's where this was trained. If we are using a large language model, you might be already knowing that it requires a lot of computing power. Running them is expensive, and they are not good about supporting all the languages. So I think MBERT support 47 languages, but we want to make sure that this scales beyond 47, available for all the languages. So we are working on the language agnostic scoring system, and we are rolling it out slowly. It's in the initial days. Let's talk about another use case of machine learning here, structured task. So here we are talking about very simple task that we can suggest to the newcomers, new people who registered on wikis, so they get an idea what to contribute. Okay, I know that I can contribute in Wikipedia, but what to contribute? This tool suggests a simple task, adding links to an existing article where it is missing. So this takes a newly registered user in a simple workflow. So first, this will be presented in their homepage, newcomer homepage, and they will be informed about this kind of suggestions. And in the second stage, in the onboarding workflow, it will tell you the importance of adding links, how it helps the readers. In the third step, it will warn you or inform you that this is a suggestion by a machine learning system, and you need to make your informed decision about whether adding a link is okay or not, whether the suggestion is good or not. So that means you are in control. Then You are presented with an article, you are given with a suggestion, and you need to see what are the details of the link, where the link goes, and whether it is the correct link, whether it makes sense to add there, and then you can say yes or no. And if you press yes, that link will be added, and you can see things are published in the article. Later, you are also encouraged to continue this kind of contribution in the wiki. So this is the simple workflow where we are taking the newcomers into this one. How this is working? This is working based on training, existing sentences, the existing links, the missing links, and then we generate a list of candidates that we can suggest, and we score it, we present to the users. That's the algorithm in very simple terms. The impact we are seeing with this kind of suggestion for newcomers is very positive. This is a rough estimate of our impact so far. We are seeing activation, 17% of increased activation. It's the probability that the newcomer makes their first edit rather than just registering and not doing any edits at all. Secondly, we are seeing 16% progress in the retention, that the newcomer is retained. They continue to edit in that Wikipedia. And then productivity, that they increase the number of edits newcomers make during their first couple of weeks. These are all like rough estimates. It's slightly difficult to calculate how it is working. And then we are also seeing the revert rate, like decrease in the reverts rate compared to like a newcomer, compared to the edits that a typical newcomer will do without this kind of suggestions. So we are seeing a decrease in that reverts, that is minus 11%. But these are all like rough estimates about how this tool is working and its impact. There are also a few challenges with this kind of system, like if newcomers are adding links, moderators may say that it's more work for them to review. And if we want to support more and more languages, we need to have more models. And to train that models, we need more data. If the wiki has less amount of data, training may not be efficient as compared to a large language. Let's talk about a simple another machine learning technique we are using, optical character recognition. This is used in Wikisource for digitizing historic documents or any other documents so that we can host it in the Wikisource. Here we are using Tesseract, one of the free and open source machine learning system for optical character recognition to scan the document, convert that into a text. That's the optical character recognition I'm talking about. This is used in 100 plus, this Tesseract is available in 100 plus languages. Plus, we are using transcribers. It's an externally hosted system. We are using it for historic documents, handwritten in palm leaves and other sources which are not printed. So we use it transcribers as well. We are also using Google Cloud Vision OCR for the same purpose. I want to talk about the lift wing, which is our effort by the machine learning team of the Wikimedia Foundation to modernize our platform so that we can easily host machine learning services in our infrastructure in a simple as microservices where people can host easily new machine learning models. We can deploy, we can iterate on that one, and it's fault isolation, all those requirements that we need for a modern machine learning platform. And it roughly works like this. People need to prepare that model as like a K-serve-based systems running on a Kubernetes, but those are technical details. If you don't know, just skip it. But this will be clearly documented using model cards. I will talk about model cards in a few minutes, but that's about the transparency about these models. Then model cards can be used for the transfer into the community. And all these models will be exposed to a single API gateway so that tools, external tools, or like all the projects can integrate into this machine learning platform. There are many other machine learning use cases we are using. I will list a few. I want to make sure that this is not the full list of machine learning projects we have. There are machine learning projects by Foundation. There are also so many machine learning tools by our volunteers as boards and several services. So I just need to acknowledge that this is not the full list of all of them. These are some examples I just chose for this presentation. So we use, one machine learning techniques to topic classification. Topic classification is to study the knowledge gap. So to find out which topic an article belongs to, so given an article, it will tell you which topic it goes to. So by measuring this, we can say that some topic is lacking a lot of articles, or some topic has more articles than some other topics. So that's one thing. Second thing is like language identification system. Language identification is given a snippet of text, it will tell you which language it is written. So it supports 200 plus languages. Then we are also having a mobile version of the content translation tool where you can translate articles. It works by translating one sentence at a time, and it's translating sections between articles, no matter whether it is existing or not. But we want to make sure that whether a certain section is present in one language but not in other language. The section title might be different. The content might be different. So we want to know whether they are talking about the same thing before we suggest to translate that section. So we use machine learning for that as well. So there are also a lot of machine learning tools that are not in Wikimedia Foundation infrastructure. We collaborate with several third-party vendors for this one. I already mentioned about Google, Yandex, and Elia for machine translation. For text-to-speech, we are trying to see whether we can have our own text-to-speech engine that can cover more and more languages. Machine vision is using for debit statement, like an image is given, you need to tell what it is in the image. Google OCR API and transcribers for optical character recognition. Content moderation can use like to detect the plagiarism and etc. For using Turnitin. Named entity recognition to find out what are the Wikidata entities mentioned in a given paraphrase from the Wikipedia. So these are some of the third-party machine learning services that we use currently. Not a full list, but some examples. Finally, I want to talk about model cards. This is all about transparency, about how we use machine learning inside Wikimedia. So for every model that we are using in the Wikimedia Foundation, we want to be transparent to the community. We want to be, we want to document the use cases. Who are the users of this model, potential use cases? Which data is used for training this model? Its ethical consideration, if any. We need to be transparent about ethical consideration. Who is developing this model? Who is the current owner? Who is the contact person for these models? The license and model architecture so that people can understand how this is working. We briefly mentioned in the last session also, this is a recommendation from the leaders in the machine learning industry about being transparent about how we are using machine learning models in production and how we help people. So this is our effort for documenting all the machine learning tools we are using. Here is an example. So you will see a model card like this in a Wikipedia. So this is an example. If you go there, you will be seeing a lot of details about every machine learning tool we are using. Okay, here is an example. All right, I think that's all I have today. I hope it was informative. We have only like 2 minutes if there are questions. I will see if there are online questions or from here.
Hello. Hi. I'm Diego from Spain. Take a lot of pictures.
Okay.
I have a question about the translation tool I have been using for a while. And if you don't make many changes in the text, it will not be accepted. You had a screenshot about this.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, when will you decrease the amount of text that needs to be changed to get this translation accepted? Because as the translation machines are getting better and better, the need to change something in the text is getting lower and lower. So right now what I'm doing is making artificial changes in the text so that it gets accepted, and later on I have to take it out.
Right.
So,
got it. Yeah, that's a good question. As the quality of the machine translation goes, you might need not do any change at all in the machine translation provided by the system. And we have been getting this feedback that we need to adjust our thresholds to allow this kind of use cases. And we were also already doing this one based on the community request. They asked us to, relax it, and we are accepting it, this one. So it's very simple to do this one. Please just file a fabricated tickets. We will increase the limit so that you will be able to publish without much changes that it used to be. Because that also shows the advancements of the machine translation quality happening in the new version of machine translation tools. We can do that. Just file a ticket. We'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, you mentioned that it's possible to choose the machine for the translation. How can you do that?
In the screenshot, I was showing the right side tools. There will be a drop-down where you can choose which machine translation engine you need to use, Google, Mint, or you can even choose not to use any machine translation engine and write the translation from scratch. It's there in the tools, in the third column of the system.
Okay, and is there somewhere an overview of what tools can translate which kind of text better than others?
I didn't get that question.
Yeah, you know the machines, but the normal user doesn't know which machine is better for what kind of translation.
Right. That's a good question. So which model to choose, which machine translation system to use? We ask community to tell which one should be the default. Then community tell us by doing a lot of this evaluation, and then we just make that as the default. If there are multiple choices, the default choice will be always the free and open source one. That's our based on policy. But if community is saying that one system is better than other, we will make it default. But once you choose, you can also make sure that that will be used for all your future translations. So that's also possible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are almost end of the time. Thank you for attending. Thank you for online people watching this one. Have a good day.
Thank you, Santosh. Everyone, we've got some lovely bento boxes for lunch at the back here, and come back to join us at 1:45 for the next session.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Good afternoon. If you're done lunch, please come to the front. I'm so excited. I've been looking forward to this for weeks, months maybe. It's my pleasure, my honor to introduce the Aotearoa Pacifica performance. To give you a little bit about this, a cutting-edge showcase that weaves multiple disciplines with Pacific arts. As proud descendants of Te Moanoa Nui a Kiwa, a group of young artists from Aotearoa, New Zealand, illustrate the distinct voices of Tonga, Samoa, and Niue through traditional and contemporary movements, spoken word, song, and political satire. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the stage and enjoy the program.
Test. Awesome. Malulelei, kia orana tātou katoa, talofa lava. It's lovely to be here on behalf of Aotearoa, New Zealand and the Pacific. I just want to say a special mention to WANS for helping us get here. Cool, let's get into it. All right, all our people at the back, this is called a mili, right? So I'm going to teach you something that one of my mentors, Tupe Lualua, taught me. So mili means to rub. Yep. Cool. Mili mai. And when I say patia, that's one clap. Yeah. Mili mai. Patia. Lua patis two. Lua pati. When I say hey, you say ho. Hey. Awesome. Mili mai. Patia. Lua pati. Hey. Ho. Awesome. We are awake. Awesome. Cool. We're going to teach you one clap. It's like this, yeah? So you go mili mai. This is a pati. And this is a po. Cool. So when I say tolu fa, 1, 2, 3, po, pa. Yeah? Let's try that. Mili mai. Tolu fa. Beautiful. Again, tolu fa. Awesome, cool. All right, team, we're going to do countdown, and Denny here is going to do a little freestyle for us, yeah? So let's count down. Mili mai. Tas lua tolu sau. Awesome. Give it up for Denny. Malo. All right, and our last one, I'll ask my team to come up. If you're still coming in, find a seat. There are many seats in here. Awesome. Mili mai. Patia. Lua pati. Hey. And when I say tangi male pussycat, you want to go meow. Tangi male pussycat. Meow. Tangi male buffalo. Woo. Awesome. Right. This side is pussycat. This side is the buffalo. Okay? Mili mai. Patia, lua pati, hey, ho, tangi male buffalo, woo, tangi male pussycat, meow, awa, all right. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us. We hope you enjoy our performance. Malo.
Que tu lo umo e lupe taua Moela io ne himala e kula Kahala halea ko ufanga E kolosi he aka ufakalava Luopati, hey, 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 Sawia.
Niue, alamai. Whakalofalahi atu. Kia motolo si ko aone ko Sophia, amore siale tuhe lelifa kakini. Ne whakahingoa he tau matua topona whiwhini hako mai tahiti niue. Mo amore he mai he matua topona whiwhini mai Italian-Hungarian. Whakaoe ke he atoa he langi. Si whakaoe whoki ke he motu ke he nei ko New Zealandi. Whakaoe ke he motu nei ko Singapore. I just cursed you all, just letting you know. Just kidding. All right, I'm sure some of you here today know the custom of introduction, first in your native tongues, is a form of connection from our past, present, and the future. In Aotearoa, New Zealand, we call it our pepeha. It's a gift, a tonga. No matter where you are, your source, your own personal life force, energy, ethos, from places you consider home. A connection between honoring the sacrifices made by our ancestors for us to be here, to take up this space, so we could be here before you today. I spoke the language of Wangahau Niue, the language of Niue Island, the rock of Polynesia. My families whose spirits are no longer on this earth, hear me when I speak Wangahau Niue. For those of you that don't understand, I thanked our Heavenly Father for the opportunity to be here. I bless the ground that we are visitors to, that we may treat it with the respect that we have for our own. I told you that my name is Sophia Amore Siale Tuhe Lelifa Kokini. I told you that my name comes from my grandmother, the matriarch of my family. I told you also that I'm grateful to be here. Tutunu kia tau ha'a ha'au. Do your job and do it well. Where's my grandmother left me coming here, and I'm going to do just that.
Loto ngai tumau, ile loto finau, tamo fai e pu e matau finau. E ai fita, I o luma, malu I tau ua mai mau. Senai, senai, ia mata. Senai, ile la langi. Oh my, e fale palo tava, e le manu malo. There is freedom within, there is freedom without. Try to catch the deluge in a paper cup. There's a battle ahead, many battles are lost, but you never see the end of the road while you're traveling with me. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know they won't win.
Kalawala ia tu. Ko kasi ali tu hililifa. Iki henga. Ni whanau mai au hida mamatua hako ko Pasili hopotoa mo mafofo pakau. Ia lofi New Island. I hope that whoever's listening know, though that our island is the smallest island, we are very kind and courteous people. Ko ko siale tu helilifa iki henga.
Mili mai, patsia, lua pati, hey, hey, so we are.
All right. In 2022, a remarkable project took place in Aotearoa, New Zealand, aiming to explore the value of Wikipedia within the Pacifica community. The project had three main objectives. It was to enhance the representation of Pacifica arts on Wikipedia, to educate Pacifica individuals on editing Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons and Wikidata, and to find out Pacifica perceptions of Wikipedia. We are Pacifica editors. We are the storytellers. We share discoveries, thoughts, strong, heartfelt feelings. It's important to acknowledge that the stories we tell are not of our own, but those who have passed. Throughout the research, the pilot project's Pacifica Wikipedians shared their fascinating discoveries and personal reflections, including some of the challenges encountered along the way. One major hurdle was the limited availability of secondary sources that documented Indigenous artists, making it difficult to create Wikipedia articles about them. This highlighted the need for increased recognition and coverage of Pacifica artists in the wider media landscape. Another thought-provoking aspect of the project was the exploration of how to incorporate Pacifica concepts of talanoa, meaning conversation or dialogue, and va, meaning the relational space between people, into the journey of learning and contributing to Wikipedia. This raised important questions about the cultural relevance and inclusivity of the platform, and how to navigate between Western knowledge systems and Indigenous ways of knowing.
And 23, the year I was born.
There was sand everywhere. Sawia! Forever morphing into shapeless, crumbling mountains. It sounds like cornflakes crunching between your teeth. I once stood at the edge of the earth and watched two ships pass by, sailing into the distant honey skies with their wings adjacent to fly. Weaving in and out a trail of dolphins, a train for the newlyweds. One embraced by the sun, the other carried by the waves. There is sand in my shoe, and I don't think it will ever be the same. I pray for the grace of my ancestors, that I too may sail across the seas, heart anchored in the ocean bed, with my islands erected to the heavens. Oh, I once stood at the edge of the earth and listened to the two ships pass by. Its oars rusting and toiling against the pelting winds, with nothing but smashed coral trailing in the abyss of the sea. One engulfed by ice, the other drowned in rain. There is sand in my shoe, and I don't think it will ever be the same. There were canopies of coconut trees swinging in every distance, pods of pandanus blossoming in the humid breeze, and a sea full of shellfish, encircled by reefs and atolls of life and vitality. There are ways in which the promise of yesterday kisses the palm of my cheek goodbye. There is sand in my shoe, and I can't remember why. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are joining for us. We have a special guest, the worst-selling author of all time. He has a rating on Google Reads of -10. Please give it up for Barnaby.
Hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. You're happy to be here. It looks like you're happy to be here. We're all happy to be here. Okay. Well, I'm just going to cut straight to the chase, okay? We've got something for you. We've made something for you because we know what you want. We always know what you want. It's something, what's the word? It's why you do it. It's your why, it's your who, it's your what. And we all know what it is, everybody. Say it with me. It's the swag. It's the free stuff. It's the free shit we all get, okay? It's all there, okay? And we know you want it. We know you're looking for it constantly all the time. So we thought we'd give you something we'd like to call the Pacific Brooch Project, ladies and gentlemen. The Pacific Brooch Project. Now, what's that? Well, let me lay that out for you right now. So what it is if you want to edit or create an article centered around the Pacific, what happens is the firewall will raise and it will scan your complexion, and if you're from England or Britain or the UK, you know, one of those, you know, what it will do is it will allow you to choose between one of three things that we will give to you: a song, a dance, or a handmade brooch created by Pacific Wikipedians. I mean, honestly, we don't even write anymore. What we're just doing is we're going to smack and hand down on making everything for you. Entertainment, everything. We got it for you, okay? But to get this project, you know, approved, we had to come to Singapore and lay it all out on the stage. So what we did is yesterday we went around asking local Wikipedians here if they wanted to support us. And we wrote a little campaign ad, had a little one-on-one conversation with them, and we really laid it out. And if they wanted to voice their support, they could. And we wrote a little campaign ad, and we're going to show it for you guys today. Here is the Pacific Brooch Project. Thank you.
So, and you want me to say on video that I support 3- and 4-year-olds to be exploited making brooches? Yeah?
Yeah.
Typically, people don't usually hear about a program and then indicate whether they support it or not straight away.
I support the Pacific Brooch Project.
I support the Pacific Brooch Project.
I support the Pacific Brooch Project.
It's something that we in Wikipedia should be implementing.
For too long, the Pacific has gone under-acknowledged.
For their hard work ethic and their pretty dancing.
The way to increase Pacific presence on this platform is to continue to encourage and push them to present themselves to us.
The Pacific Brooch Project is an intense universal system that rewards contributors to Pacific pages.
Back in the islands, we will forage and send a small brooch handmade by Pacific Wikipedia children.
Get them to do what they do best: weaving,
singing,
and dancing. Whether they actually be certain gifted, talented children or highly trained preschoolers.
Polynesian toddlers are pure and uncorrupted.
They don't worry about being unpaid or overworked, they'll just do it. They, like birds, can see in slow motion.
But there's more, with a brand new design for our Saviour badge that goes straight onto your homepage, guaranteeing that anyone who looks into it can see who you're saving. The Brown Experience.
Story sovereignty. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, move together. So to all our fellow Māori, Pasifika, Black, queer, trans and Indigenous people of colour, we celebrate you. We acknowledge the innovation you all demonstrate to ensure the stories of your communities and ancestors are nurtured with the utmost respect and honour. When we empower our communities to tell their own stories, we highlight the intrinsic excellence through a lens that is universal, yet sharp, specific, and cheeky. We honour our ancestors and deepen our connection to our forebears, descendants, ocean, land, and the sky. Then time and space control cannot. Pacific academic, scholar, and poet Teresia Te Aiwa states that as Pacific peoples, we sweat and cry salt water, so we know the ocean is really in our blood.
Test. Oh, there I am. I am speaking. Malo lele, everyone. Awesome. My name is Kasivalu. I was born and raised in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Anyone from Aotearoa, New Zealand? Yes, we have our laureate. Yes, she is from Aotearoa. We proudly claim her. And my ancestors and my family are from the beautiful villages of Lapaha and Maufanga in Tonga, located in the South Pacific. I myself just want to acknowledge Lisa, who was my entry point into Wikipedia. I am an actor, writer, and I work for Lemoana Arts, so I'm a creative first. And I think Wikipedia is just another beautiful way of storytelling, so malo.
Whakalofalahi atu, as you all know already, my name is Sophia. I come from Aotearoa, New Zealand. My ancestors go back to the island of Niue, from the village of Hikulau and Alofi. I have a background and experience in fine art, so this to me is quite new, and I'm really embracing it. I haven't done this in a long time, but it's good. I just want to take time to acknowledge my, family now. My family. Thank you for having us tonight.
Malualele, everyone. My name is Braden. I'm also from the Kingdom of Tonga, from the villages Muitoa and Ha'ano in Ha'apai. I am an actor, a creative, an artist. My work centers around clown, specifically Philippe Gaulier, and satire. So that's my background. I'm currently studying at Te Kuratoi Whakaari, which is where I connected with Gussie, who involved me in this project. So without him, I wouldn't have been involved in this. So thank you to him and to all of you for coming to see us today. Malo.
Talofa lava, my name is Hibiscus, like the flower, and everyone else's favorite flower, thank you. I am too from Aotearoa, New Zealand, specifically Wellington. My ancestors go back to, my ancestors from the beautiful islands of Samoa, 685, and I am honored and privileged to be in this space, to be in Singapore. Thank you to Lisa as well. Thank you to Herbie, who could come along to this trip. And it's a real honor to be the Beyonce of this group. Thank you.
And in saying that, we just want to thank you so much for making time. Thank you again to Herbie, Lisa, the tech team, to the organizers of Wikimania, to our loved ones back at home, and also to WANS for supporting this performance. Malo apito, mili mai, patsia. Malo, have a good night.
Good afternoon, Wikimania. This session continues with a with presentations in the Wikimapathon series. From today, we have had a full day of activities. First, on the stage will be Dennis Raylin Chen and Eugene Alvin Willer. They are going to talk about learning about the open data project OpenStreetMap, how it relates to various Wikimedia projects, how to contribute to it, how to link it with Wikidata. Wikidata. Dennis is a Taiwanese OpenStreetMap mapper and Wikidata contributor user Superplex, one of the hosts of OpenStreetMap X Wikidata monthly meetup in Taipei. Recently speaking in Taiwanese Hokkien at conferences. Also the board of directors of Wikimedia Taiwan. Eugene Alvin Willer from Wikimap's user group has been contributing to Wikimedia since 2002 and to OpenStreetMap since 2007. He is an advocate for open knowledge and open data projects and wants to seek further collaboration between the Wikimedia and OpenStreetMap projects. Eugene is also a member of the Wikimap's user group and has served on the board of OpenStreetMap Foundation from 2020 to 2022. Please, the stage is yours.
Okay, hello everybody. Do you have your lunch already? Me, Dennis, and Eugene will talk about these sections. OpenStreetMap and Wikimedia, awesome together. Okay. Does anyone have no idea what is OpenStreetMap? Can you raise your hand? Oh, there's one person who has no idea what it is. Okay, I think he's joking about it. So I'll just keep going on. Okay. The first time I have been to a Wikimania, have an OpenStreetMap related subject is in 2012, the Wikimania in Washington, D.C. that the person has shared about OpenStreetMap and also have an OpenStreetMap mapping party that time. Okay. And personally, I'm very involved in both OpenStreetMap and Wikidata that have mapping so many map features like highways, waterways, and cross-link. If they have Wikidata, I will link those Wikidata QID added on OpenStreetMap. Okay. We usually will describe OpenStreetMap as the largest crowdsourced project to map the whole world. And on this slide, you can see the whole city of a part of the city of Singapore that include include the islands and also Singapore city center. And I think the airport is not in this screenshot, so it's a portion of the Singapore area. But personally, I will describe OpenStreetMap as a geographical database that not only a map tile, not only an online map like Google, but also is a database that has the possibility to link to other database, third-party database. For example, the main topic today, Wikidata, can also Wikipedia, or also other like geonames. We can import the geonames ID on OpenStreetMap. Okay, this is other map title that prove that OpenStreetMap not only is a web map, but also a geodatabase that can render what you need. This is the cycling map that's more focused on the outside activities, like bike route, or bike stop, or bike rental station, this kind of stuff. And also, the parks and green area are highlighted on this map. Okay. For Wikipedia guys, you might describe OpenStreetMap as OpenStreetMap is like Wikipedia for maps. But there are some slightly different parts. Like OpenStreetMap won't allow anonymous editing. But on Wikipedia, Wikidata, it is possible to find anonymous editing. You don't need to register for an account to edit on Wikimedia projects. The more accurate way of introducing OpenSCENE is OpenStreetMap is like Wikidata for geographical data. We already mentioned that OpenStreetMap is a geodatabase. And Wikidata, of course, I think you have all had the idea of what Wikidata is. It is a database that is a machine-readable database. Okay, sorry. Okay, this one is another map title. It's more focused on the public transportations. The red line on the map is the bus route in the Singapore central area. And the black lines represent subway or train lines. Okay, here we go to the history part. That when did OpenStreetMap establish? It is established in 2004. That is in the United Kingdom. There's a bunch of guys riding bicycle to recording those bike routes or bike tracks or highways around the Cambridge or in London. Now it is overseen, just like Wikimedia Foundation oversees various Wikimedia projects. OpenStreetMap is overseen by OpenStreetMap Foundation, and this foundation is registered in England and Wales. Okay, here we go into the, might be quite hard to imagine data structure of OpenStreetMap. Okay, let's go inside how do we produce data. OSN, Wikidata have quite a lot of comments, both community-driven, both being crowdsources, and of course it is all powered by open source software. And itself, both these projects are open data projects. Well, we might be, I think everyone in this hall is familiar with Wikidata. Wikidata items, has items, statements, properties, values, qualifiers, reference, label, and description. And the label and description part can be in Chinese or English or other language exists in the world. And OpenStreetMap also has this kind of data structure. It is called, they have node, ways, relation. Relation is quite complicated concept that you just remember that they have members, and each members have rules. And on the nodes, ways, relation, they have the key value tags for this object to represent what they present in the real world. For example, if you want to map park, we will use the key value lesser equals park. Here is the data model. That node contains the geographic location. Ways are a bunch of nodes that it might be closed ways, represent a polygon, or open ways that might represent rivers, highways, yeah. Okay, here's OpenStreetMap Wikidata comparison. I use the example of Suntec Singapore. That is, where are we right now? That for representations about Wikidata use statement. So for Suntec Singapore on Wikidata, we will have a statement, official website, or date official opening, and also the coordinate location that can be added on Wikidata. For OpenStreetMap, we not only can add those official website, data opening, or coordinate location, of course, we also can add the address, Suntec Singapore. But OpenStreetMap has an advantage that is OSN key value pair is not that strictly controlled compared to Wikidata. User can invent and add any tags they like. There is a tagging proposal, however, is quite similar like Wikidata. Okay, here we go is the community process. It might be quite political, actually, both on Wikidata and OpenStreetMap. Wikidata, we have the project chat that we discuss if we need new properties. On OpenStreetMap, we use the tagging mailing list to discuss what type of this stuff should be tagged on OpenStreetMap. Okay, here we go is the linking OSM with that part. That is, we can add an OSM relation ID, way ID, or node ID on the Wikidata items. This is the slides we'll show you. P4040402 is also relation ID, way ID P10689. And the node ID is P11693. And if you look into any items on Wikidata that contain geographical features, it's usually you can add not only geocoordinates, but also relation ID, way ID, or node ID. Okay, and also that we can, as an ontological way of thinking, we can also have Wikidata items properties for geographical feature can link to equivalent OSM classes using the OSM tag or key P1282 properties. That is, for example, we have an item that is called Wikidata's lighthouses. We can add its corresponding OSM tag or key tag colon man-made equal lighthouses to represent the equality stuff on the OSM tagging system. And for other property, it's quite interesting. It's also OSM numeric user ID that we can link Wikipedia people to their OSM corresponding ID. Yeah. And also we have OSM name suggestion index to linking those brand changes using Wikidata QID on the Wikidata to tagging using OSM secondary tag to add it on OpenStreetMap. It will be very convenient if you add the name suggestion index on OpenStreetMap, then you can simply query using overpass query this kind of stuff to do yeah. And we also could add Wikimedia tags on OpenStreetMap objects. For example, the downtown core of Singapore, we can add the corresponding Wikipedia articles is in English, downtown core to the English Wikipedia articles, and QID on the OpenStreetMap corresponding items. And here we go as a secondary tag powered by Wikidata, and it is discussed for use on OpenStreetMap that we can add this kind of stuff. Brand column Wikidata is part of the name suggestion index. Architecture column Wikidata is very convenient to know who designed this building. And the artist, column Wikidata, you can state which artist that had made this artwork, public artwork. And name column etymology column Wikidata that you can make a statement that what is the name origin of this street or other stuff. Right now, before I think we checked it several days ago, there are almost 3 million objects in OSM with Wikidata tags. And almost 2 million objects on OpenStreetMap have the secondary OSM tag, brand colon Wikidata tags. And over 1 million name colon etymology colon Wikidata on the objects on OpenStreetMap in the OpenStreetMap database. Okay, then Eugene.
Yep. Thanks, Dennis. So basically, Dennis gave you an introduction of what OpenStreetMap is and how we can connect these two open data projects together. So you can link between OSM to Wikidata and vice versa from Wikidata to OpenStreetMap. So what I'll be doing now or demonstrating now are some of the things that where the Wikimedia and OpenStreetMap projects are sharing data with each other. So for example, we make extensive use of OpenStreetMap here in Wikimedia. So here's an example. If you go to a typical Wikivoyage page on Wikivoyage, usually there's an interactive map that you can use to pan around and look at the various points of interests. So for example, here we have the Wikivoyage page for Marina Bay, and that top square is an interactive map, and it actually shows a map that is based on OpenStreetMap. So if you edit things in OpenStreetMap, that eventually gets reflected on that interactive map that you can see in Wikivoyage. This is this square is powered by the Cartotarian map tile service, and it is used by the Cartographer MediaWiki extension, which provides the interactive maps that you see in the Wikimedia projects. There's also another aspect is if we link OpenStreetMap objects together with their Wikidata items, you can display the geometry as seen in OpenStreetMap directly in Wikidata or Wikimedia projects. So for example, the Wikimedia Commons category for the downtown core area of Singapore, there's an interactive map there, and that geometry there, that shape, comes straight directly from OpenStreetMap because we've already linked the OpenStreetMap object to its corresponding Wikidata item. In 2018, the foundation released localized map tiles for Cartotarian, and what they do is they leverage OpenStreetMap's name tags. So here's an example of the Japanese layer for the map tile service. So it shows all Japanese labels, and that's because we've already linked like countries and cities in OpenStreetMap with their corresponding Wikidata items. And because those Wikidata items already have Japanese labels, we can show those labels straight on the map, as you can see here. Although some labels, for example, Monaco, don't have Japanese labels yet as of this time. But yeah, if they're missing Japanese labels, you can add them in Wikidata, and they will be reflected eventually. How about on the other side? We actually use a lot of Wikimedia and Wikidata stuff in OpenStreetMap as well. So to give an example, brands. So Dennis mentioned earlier the name suggestion index. So the idea here is that we want to be consistent with how we tag things like branches of shops and stores in OpenStreetMap. So what we do is, if we want, for example, to tag a fast food restaurant of a particular brand in OpenStreetMap, we use the service called Name Suggestion Index, which is powered by Wikidata in order to provide consistent tagging for stores. For example, here's an example for McDonald's. So if we select McDonald's in OpenStreetMap, they're automatically tagged with the Wikidata item that corresponds to McDonald's. There's also federation. Sofox is a Sparkle endpoint for OpenStreetMap data, and you can use this and federate it with the Wikidata query service in order to query both OpenStreetMap and Wikidata items at the same time. And unfortunately, we won't be able to demonstrate it, but if you're familiar with how to do federated queries using Sparkle, you can query both OpenStreetMap and Wikidata at the same time. There's also geocoding. In 2019, the OpenStreetMap Foundation had a Google Summer of Code project to use Wikidata tags in Nominatim. So Nominatim is a software used in OpenStreetMap to do geocoding. That is, if you provide an address, it returns coordinates corresponding to that address. And what we do is, if OpenStreetMap objects are tagged with their Wikidata items, that information or data is used to provide more accurate results when querying stuff in Nominatim. There's also localization. So Mapbox, MapTiler, and other companies that use OpenStreetMap use Wikidata to provide localized map products. So for example, if OpenStreetMap do not have localized names stored in OpenStreetMap, they can query linked Wikidata items to provide even more labels for places. So this is an example of a map tiler layer showing both Russian and English names in the New York area. Also, the OpenStreetMap project has its own wiki using the MediaWiki software. And we've also installed the Wikibase extension in the OpenStreetMap wiki. And we use this in order to provide machine-readable data for better reading of OpenStreetMap tags. Okay, so those are some examples of how we're using OpenStreetMap in Wikidata and vice versa. And here are some examples of projects and initiatives that communities and affiliates are using to link OpenStreetMap and Wikidata together. So my colleague Dennis from Taiwan, they host monthly meetups for Wikidata and OpenStreetMap. And one of their ongoing projects is to map and link data on villages and rivers, among other things. I think you're also doing cemeteries, right? Yeah. And this is an example of their tool trying to keep track of which villages in Taiwan have already been mapped and linked between OpenStreetMap and Wikidata. Our colleagues in India, specifically the Wikimedians of Kerala user group, together with OpenStreetMap Kerala, collaborate with each other to, again, similar with Taiwan, they try to map various places and link them together with, between Wikidata and OpenStreetMap. So they're doing administrative areas, rivers, train stations, and similar places. Of course, we do not just want to link data between OpenStreetMap and Wikidata per se. That's not an end in itself. We want to do things, interesting things. So Open Knowledge Belgium did this Open Equal Street Names project. And what they did was, after mapping all of the streets in Brussels, they tried to tag the source of the names of those streets to the persons that in Wikidata. So for example, if you have like, for example, Rue, Adelaide, and something like that, you can connect that with using the name etymology Wikidata tag to the corresponding person after whom that street is named. And what they found out was that over 90% of streets in Brussels were named after men, as opposed to just 107% after female. And they're able to do that because of the link between OpenStreetMap and Wikidata and the gender property of the humans stored in Wikidata. There's actually lots of projects similar to Equal Street Names. There's already over 60 cities all over the world that have adopted or adapted this project worldwide. So Daniel Santini created the Open Etymology Map using his OpenStreetMap Wikidata framework. And what this shows is it shows you on an interactive map, when you click on objects in OpenStreetMap, you get the Wikidata item based on the person who that object or place is not named after. So for example, the Kavanaugh Bridge here in Singapore was actually named after William Orford Kavanaugh, which is the last India appointed governor of the Straits Settlement. So there. So you can actually use Daniel's framework to do similar projects like this one. There's also the Open Airport Map. So what this does is, since most airports are already linked to their corresponding Wikidata items between OpenStreetMap and Wikidata, so if you go to Open Airport Map, you can just Google this. You can search for an airport, and you can see an interactive map showing the details of the airport as mapped in OpenStreetMap. And then on a sidebar, you can see data pulled directly from Wikidata. So for example, you can see here the banner for Wikivoyage, the logo, and a graph showing the passenger counts or passenger counts for Amsterdam Airport Schiphol. So, okay, not everything is fine and dandy between OpenStreetMap and Wikidata. We have a lot of different issues. First of these is copyright. So one thing is that in Wikidata, we can't import coordinates from OpenStreetMap. The reason for that is since you know that Wikidata is licensed CC0, the problem is OpenStreetMap is licensed under the Open Database license, and that means that you cannot just copy stuff from OpenStreetMap to Wikidata. So the problem there is that since OpenStreetMap was started in the United Kingdom, they have this concept of what we call database rights, which is not present in the United States where Wikidata is hosted. And this conflicts actually with the facts are not copyrightable doctrine in the United States. Vice versa, OpenStreetMap will not import geodata from Wikidata despite the CC0 license. The reason for that is in Wikidata and in Wikipedia in general, you're allowed to go to Google Maps and get coordinates there and use those coordinates to populate the coordinates templates in Wikidata or Wikipedia. But the problem is with OpenStreetMap, we strictly forbid people to consult Google Maps because it is a proprietary project. So it is an established principle in OpenStreetMap that we do not import geodata from Wikipedia and also Wikidata. Another thing, paid mapping. Paid editing in Wikimedia is frowned upon, but paid mapping is quite common in OpenStreetMap. So there's actually nearly 1 in 6 edits in 2019 were done by companies that are contributing to OpenStreetMap. In the upper right part, you can see the various companies that contribute to OpenStreetMap. You can see familiar names there: Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft. They all contribute to OpenStreetMap. And actually, if you go through their mapping services, for example, there's also Grab here. So if you have already used Grab here in Singapore, go to their settings page or about page. Somewhere there, you can see OpenStreetMap. And the bottom graph here shows the size of the mapping teams employed by these companies to edit in OpenStreetMap. Actually, as of 2021, the largest mapping team is actually from Apple. So if you use Apple Maps, chances are you're actually looking at data that was sourced from OpenStreetMap. Okay, finances. As of June 2022, the Wikimedia Foundation has net assets of $250 million and expenses of $146 million. However, the OpenStreetMap Foundation only uses a very, very small fraction of that. So as of 2023, it only has an approved budget of less than 1 million euros. And because of that, there's a big discrepancy between how people between both communities look at how we fund projects with each other. There's actually a very vocal section in the OpenStreetMap community that do not want OpenStreetMap to become as big as the Wikimedia Foundation. So there's that. So my last part of the presentation is the OSM Wikidata linking tool. So this is a tool that was developed by Edward Betts in order to add Wikidata tags to OpenStreetMap objects. So you can go to osm.wikidata.link, and I won't really demonstrate how to use it. We can talk about this later after the presentation. But the idea is that after you log in to the tool using your OpenStreetMap account, You can select a place of interest, let the tool run. Basically, it uses its algorithms to do some matching between OpenStreetMap and Wikidata. And then after that, you're presented with a list of OpenStreetMap objects. And then you just check or uncheck these OpenStreetMap objects. And after you click Save, they will have their Wikidata tags added to OpenStreetMap. So here's an example. So if you go to the website, you can search for a place. I would suggest something smaller, not like a country. So smaller is better so that you can show much fewer matches. And after that, after you search for a place and select it, it will do its matching. And here's a log of it trying to match objects in OpenStreetMap with Wikidata items. Actually, when I did this, it took so long, so I went with a smaller place, downtown core. So for the downtown core, the tool was able to find 40 candidates that are possible matches between OpenStreetMap and Wikidata. So what I can do here is I can filter them and do various settings so that I can filter and do what I want to match. So here's an example match. So the Bayfront Bridge between Marina Bay Sands and Singapore Flyer, that currently didn't have a Wikidata tag. And what I did here was I clicked the checkbox on the top left because I was able to confirm or verify that this matches the corresponding Wikidata item, Q177, blah, blah, blah. So after doing that, and I can select in other objects as well, I just click on Save, and then I have a confirmation page here, just double checking to ensure that I want to add these Wikidata tags to the correct items or objects in OpenStreetMap. And after that, I have a change comment here, similar to the comment when you're saving in Wikipedia or Wikidata. But after clicking Save, there. So when I go back to OpenStreetMap, the Wikidata tag is now added to the bridge as map in OpenStreetMap. So there we have Wikidata, Q177, blah, blah, blah. So mappers are already using this tool. So there's uploads done by 444 mappers. And together they've contributed 25,000 change sets. So change sets are basically like edits done in OpenStreetMap. And of those, in those change sets, we were able to add 727,000 Wikidata links using this tool. And that's basically 26% of all Wikidata tags that are currently visible in OpenStreetMap. So the way that the tool is able to do its matching is it looks at the entity type. So for example, with the example before, the bridge, we have the OpenStreetMap tag man-made is equal to bridge. And in the Wikidata item, it has to be an instance or a subclass of a bridge. And then we also look at coordinates. They have to be close to each other. And the name or the street address or its identifier also has to match between Wikidata and OpenStreetMap in order for it to find candidate matches. So for those identifiers, Edward uses these 16 identifiers as potential sources for matches. So for example, we have railway station code, IATA, ICAO airport codes, and World Heritage Site ID, website, etc. And currently, Edward is developing a second version of the tool that hopefully loads a lot faster because it doesn't have to do its matching process in a batch. But it may be a bit harder to use. As you can see, the map looks quite busy. You have to be able to interpret the different colors here. But the idea is that if you're familiar with the version 1, using the version 2 should be much faster to use, especially if you're familiar with OpenStreetMap already. So you can use version 2 by going to map.osm.wikidata.link. Okay, demo. We don't have the time right now to do an actual demo, but if you're present here later this afternoon, after the afternoon break, we can show you or demo to you or teach you how to use this tool. Version 1 at the expo space area or maybe at the concourse area. We'll just provide announcements starting at 3:30 later this afternoon. So there, thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Do anyone have on-site questions or online have any questions yet? I forgot to mention, okay, first.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. My question is, you mentioned about importing data from Wikidata into OpenStreetMap, but you specifically mentioned like the problem is with geolocations. But what about labels? Because you find labels in OpenStreetMap which are not translated into other languages, and those labels are available in Wikidata. Can those be imported into OpenStreetMap and the vice versa?
Okay, so Geoffrey's question was, since we already have these labels in Wikidata, can we add those labels to OpenStreetMap? So the answer to that is complicated, because in OpenStreetMap, we have this concept of what we call on-the-ground principle. That means that we don't just add data just because you can translate names or labels. So for example, a rural village in Poland typically won't have a Chinese name. So unless you're able to find an actual map showing Chinese names of that rural village in Poland, you just cannot add that Chinese name in OpenStreetMap because of the on-the-ground principle. People just don't speak Chinese in rural Poland. So it's frowned upon to just add Chinese names in OpenStreetMap for every place in OpenStreetMap. But major cities, countries, continents, islands, things like that, they generally have Chinese names, and that's okay.
I have some supplementary questions that in Singapore, that they use simplified Chinese. So if you're importing Chinese name in Singapore, then you should type in the simplified version of Chinese. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi. The question is similar to the previous one. So regarding the labels, my question is if it's acceptable to do the opposite, so importing labels from OpenStreetMap to Wikidata, and what happens if those conflict. And my second question is, I understand that the coordinates, importing coordinates to OpenStreetMap is not acceptable, but what about the geoshapes? So I know that in Commons right now you can upload geoshapes. So how do we, how should the community handle the duplication of the shapes that are in OpenStreetMap versus in Commons, so that we can work better together and not replicate the work in two places?
Okay, so for your first question, so it's generally frowned upon to import names from OpenStreetMap to Wikidata because we require things in Wikidata to be public domain or CC0. And the problem is that unless you have a source, a compatible source for your names, you just cannot copy directly from OpenStreetMap to Wikidata because of the open database license of OpenStreetMap. As for your second question regarding the geodata or map data in Commons, we can actually import data from OpenStreetMap to Commons. You just select the open database license as the license of that data when you upload that to Commons.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm afraid this is all the time we have for Q&A, but Eugene and Dennis will be happy to answer your questions after the session.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
I'll stay down here. Next, we are going to have a remote presentation by James Amati. He's a product manager with deep-lying interest in mobility. With this talk, he hopes to give more context to various points of interest in our communities, thereby enriching navigation experiences. And he will explore the power of Wikidata and OpenStreetMap by performing simple queries for different use cases. Enjoy.
Hi, welcome to my very brief talk on giving context to the places we love, the power of OpenStreetMap and Wikidata. Now, my name is James Amate, and this is what we are going to learn. We are going to first of all define what the OSM and Wikidata data models are and how we can and why they are best suited for each other. The second one is to explore the interconnections between each of them because there are certain ways in which they complement each other. We're going to explore that. And the third one is to learn how to share data between the two platforms. And finally, if we have time, we would look at exploring the OSM database and how to query to display the power of connectivity. Who am I? My name is James Amati, and I am a product manager by occupation. I am focused on mobility and transportation use cases, technology, and I'm also very enthusiastic about open data. Happy to contribute to both OSM and Wikimedia projects, so I have some knowledge of both of them. And then finally, I live in Accra, which I think is the most beautiful city. So what is OpenStreetMap? It is an open and editable database. It is actually the biggest open source map database in the world. It recently celebrated its 19th birthday, so it has been around for a while. It represents data as nodes, ways, and relations. Now, nodes are basically points, and then ways are a combination of points, and then relations are a combination of ways. So if you're drawing a building, buildings usually have like four relations based off just that logic. And now, because maps are vector-based, it's used to represent data in space. As a result, you cannot really cannot really enhance the knowledge of it unless you have something else that supports it. So on its own, each node on OpenStreetMap is very useless unless it comes together to form a way and a relation like an So that's where Wikidata comes in. Now, Wikidata is a structured open knowledge base stores information as entities. Now, entities are usually bodies of knowledge and they contain several pieces of information. And it's made up of items and their property. For example, a place, and then the property of that place could be the capital city of the country, or a place could be a building, and the property of that building a museum. So, yeah, entities can be linked together by statements, which is an expression of an item. Usually, a statement will contain things like subject, which is what the item is about, a predicate, which is a property of the statement, and then the object, the value that the statement is making. I'll show you a bit of that in the demo, but without wasting too much time, we are going to actually now define what a place is, because we need to, in order to understand why we need to combine both of them, we need to understand what a place is. Sorry. Um, so John Agnew, who is a political geographer, he gave a bit of a mathematical definition to a place, which is a sense of the place is location plus local plus sense of place. Now these three things have to come together to form a place, and we are going to define each of them for you to get the context that we are looking for. The first one is the location, which is basically so before we even go into the location, Tim Cresswell actually Agnew's definition and expanded on. So he defines a place as a space that has that people have made or have attached to in some way. So without that sense of attachment and that meaningfulness, a place is just a piece of space. Right? And I think we should be able to read the book as it's very insightful as to what a place is from a geographical and sociological. Now, the location. The location is just a physical position on the Earth's surface, usually represented as longitude and latitude. It's nothing more than that. So, uh, usually some things like GPS represent the location. That's why when you book a ride, the rider's able to locate you because of your coordinates. So this is what location is. Local is a bit more human geography, where it combines the features of the area, such as buildings, roads, and some natural features such as landforms, for example, mountains, climate, and vegetation. All of these concepts form the locale, as it adds a bit of life to a place. So that, and finally, we define what a sense of place is, which are two different things. Now, a sense of place is the emotional and psychological attachment that people have to a place. It's usually defined or influenced by their experiences of the place, memories they have or stories they heard. Now, unfortunately, history map can be able to map a locale, but be able to tell the story of a place cannot do that unless we combine it with a so context they say is key to understanding. So without context you will not really understand why a place is valid. And I'm gonna give you an example of that. context that brings about conversations around heritage, where key component a sense of place. It is the things that make a place feel familiar and special, and it's usually the things that connect us to the past and to each other. So, long story short, heritage is what makes a place. Without the heritage, the place is just a piece of land. It has no meaning, no life, and no significance. Now, I'll use an example of Pisa, which was a very small town in Italy. And this is what it looks like. The population is around 98,000. So on the surface of it, it does not look like a place you want to visit. But if I told you that it is the birthplace of Galilei, who's a famous astronomer, and also a place where the Leaning Tower is. Now, the Leaning Tower is a building that slants I've forgotten the green number, but it's not a straight building. It's actually flat at an angle. And it's one of the, it's actually a heritage site, if I'm not mistaken. And it also has the University of Pisa, which is one of the oldest universities in the world. And of course, it was attended by Galileo himself, Leonardo da Vinci, and Nicola Tesla, who we all know are very important parts of history. So now, if I give you this context about Pisa, you are now able to attach some sense of belonging or importance to Pisa and why you might want to visit there. I'm sure most of you went to Singapore because of things that you've heard about Singapore, things you want to see about Singapore. And this is the same for our discussion today. So the magic usually happens when we put OSM together to create a comprehensive and definitive record of heritage and location. Now, like I said, because it's vector based, you cannot store text as well as a graph database that Wikidata is, so that you can be able to link pieces of knowledge together to form a whole unit of work. Right, so OSM is used to provide that spatial information, such as the location that I define, and then Wikidata can provide descriptive information such as the history and significance. Now, to link OSM to Wikidata, you would need a laptop and internet. You would also need both the Wikidata and the OSM account. You would need a browser, of course, or a JSON editor, which I'll talk about briefly. And sorry, you need internet and stated it here. Slide. And of course, you need a plugin. Now, I'll talk about the plugins when I do the demonstration on JSON. So what is JSON? JSON is basically a desktop application that is used to edit data. You can use the browser to edit. Sorry, edit OSM. You can use the browser to edit OSM, but then to be able to leverage more detailed sites of OSM, JSON to be able to do that. So for things like data validation, basically enhance mapping productivity. It's actually better to use JSON than to use maybe the browser. I'll show you how both of them are done, and then you decide which one you want to use. So this is time for a demo, and I'll take you straight to OpenStreetMap. I actually opened this before so that I don't take too much time in the demo. So this is the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, which is a park that was built in memory of Ghana's president. I was there recently. And so when I checked the space, it did not have a Wikidata item. So this is a Wikidata item that I added a few minutes ago. If you check, you could see Wikidata here that has been added and the identifier. Now to be able to add that, you would have to click here in the tag session and then you add Wikidata. Okay, so because I've added Wikidata, you might not see this. As you can see, you can also add Wikipedia to it. I will not show you how to add Wikipedia to it here. I'll use Joseph for that so that you can get the best of both worlds. So this is basically how you add Wikipedia to OpenStreetMap. You just add a new tag and then you can copy the identifier which is here and then you are able to then paste it. Now if you use JOSM for that, this is JOSM. Let me give you a bit of a background. So in JOSM, it's basically an editor like I said, but before you use JOSM you need to install plugins. But first of all, you need to connect your OSM account to be able to make changes here that would reflect on OSM. So to do that, you go to preferences, and then in your preferences, you go to your OSM server. OSM server, you could use your basic authentication, which is your username and password. You use OAuth1, which I have used. Once you connect, you would have to go to remote control. This is usually disabled. You'd have to enable it to be able to allow you just and then be able to download things directly. And then finally, you need to go to your plugins. I've already installed some of them, but you need to go to all. You need to go to the available plugins and then search for Wiki. Okay, so because I have already installed them, they are here. But when you search for Wiki, you just check them and you click on the update plugins and it will install them. Now these are some of the things we are going to use to be able to add Wikipedia to JOSM. Now that you've gone through that entire process, you have to sorry, let me switch my server to let's yeah. So now we can download some data. We just click on arrow next to the and use remote control. When you use remote control, this will open what you saw in the browser in JOSM, and you can be able to now map. Don't let this scare you. It is due to the lack of imagery. Select being area imagery, and that should give us. Now we can see that there's a bit of an offset here, but we are not going to tackle how to fix our offsets. Maybe for a later date. So add Wikipedia articles, there are two ways. You can go here, you can actually go to Wikipedia and type the article. If you go to Wikipedia, you can search for, I think it's there, but this is so the museum is located in has a Wikidata item, but the memorial park in itself does not. Now we can see that it's something we can improve. So to be able to do that, there are a couple of ways. You can come here to data search Wikidata items. Either copy or we can look for copy the ID. We can just search, copy the ID, or we can just search for it right here, and it should, yes, it should give us this. So now we've been able to add, and then also to add Wikipedia article. Let's download yes. So now this one we are going to associate. So you can see here, this is a place um, we would add details of add a Wikidata item to it so that it can now be associated. And then when you finish, you have to upload. Because I've already done that in the browser, it's not reflected. But you can also do the same for Wikipedia articles. Since it does not have an article, not search for it. But hopefully this will be a call for me to start an article. So that brings me to the end of the demo. If you want to query OSM, you use overpass table OSM. Overpass is like API. It uses a query language much like Spark QL for Wikidata to query now, and now I can use the wizard to. So this is basically a key and value kind of query. I've already stated them. I can do that, and it would show all the. Will show me these. I'm inputting the first because it's usually a query is based on what is bought. So if you don't see what you're looking for, you can just use. So now that you've completed, you can now see all the museum here, and you can be able to appreciate how many more needs to be added. this is for places like outside. If you live in a place where there's not too much information, you can be able to. Right, so this is very much the end of my demo. Before I leave, I'll leave you with precious words from Ella. He said, "Our heritage is a precious gift, one that we must cherish. Heritage is what actually connects us and and I hope that going forward, we can be able to collaborate more on each project so that we can extend a bit of knowledge that is available. Here are some resources that we used. So this is where you can find information about the plugin. This is how you can create accounts and then the class table usually not. So if you want to reach me, these are the ways you can reach me. On LinkedIn, Telegram, I'm also in the group, and this is thank you very much. I hope this
And thank you very much, James. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a very short break. The time now is 3:21. So we'll see you back here in 10 minutes at 3:31. Ladies and gentlemen, have a good break. We'll see you very shortly for the fireside chat with our panelists.
glasses. You can say that. Well, welcome everyone. My name is Lisa Seitz-Gruel. I am the Chief Advancement Officer at the Wikimedia Foundation, and I am your moderator today for a fireside chat with Mariana Iskander, our CEO of the Wikimedia Foundation, and Selena Duckelman, who's our Chief Product and Technology Officer. Can we have the slides, please? Oh, look at this. It's a fireside chat. I don't know whose idea it was to have a fireside chat in Singapore in August, but is there any objections to changing this perhaps to a poolside chat? Just feels a little better? Okay, good. I wish we had some umbrella drinks up here to be sipping, but we do have water. So how this is going to work, I've got a few questions for Mariana and Selena that have been submitted, but we're also going to be taking questions from all of you. There's people walking around with cards. They'll be collecting those. Perhaps as you came in, someone handed you a card. And we also have mics that we'll be passing around if you are somebody who wants to ask your question in person in this really big room. So why don't we just, with that, get started? Okay, Mariana, my first question is for you. You've been here for about a year and a half. We're still counting, I guess, in months, 18 months. Yeah, I think once you hit 2, you no longer count in months, so you're getting up there.
Unless we're counting in dog years, then it's been much longer.
That's right. So can you just tell us what your priorities have been and how you've been working on achieving them in this kind of first session or first period of your leadership of the foundation?
Well, first, just to say thanks to those of you who've chosen to spend some time with us. We're going to try to keep our answers brief so that we have time for questions and to hear from all of you. I officially started at the Wikimedia Foundation in January of 2022. And because I knew that there was going to be a lot to do at the foundation once I started, I actually wanted to prioritize starting my learning about our communities and our movement, and so had an opportunity between October and December of 2021 to engage in a listening tour that involved meeting volunteers and staff, members of our board, some of our external partners, so that when I started, I had a bit more context for the moment that the foundation was in and some of the issues that were on people's minds. And so that listening tour really was probably the important pre-boarding that started before I joined. I really focused on 3 things: our leadership, our strategy and planning, and then our culture as an organization and our values. There had been some transition in the executive leadership in the year before that I arrived, and the Chief Technology Officer and the Chief Product Officer were open positions, and so really the highest priority, given that that is a significant part of the foundation's job, was to really ensure that we brought on the right leader. And at that point, having studied a bit of history, that it also felt like it was the right time to bring those 2 teams back together. And so I would say probably the most important contribution in that category was hiring Selena. She'll tell you more about herself, and joined about 6 months in. That also involved getting the benefit of our leadership team who have had a lot of experience in the movement. Lisa, who's I think employee number 3 in terms of tenure and has been with the organization 13 years. And so really ensuring that we were getting the best of people who could provide context in history and institutional memory and change as well. And we've now had an opportunity to really build out that team through both external hires and internal promotions, and so focusing a lot on the leadership of the organization. I would say that strategy and planning is the place we've really tried to reach out again to volunteers and communities, doing that through a couple of ways. One, increasing the number of languages in which we communicate. So we've gone from 6 to 31 languages that the foundation does interpretation or translations, and really inviting community feedback, and also focusing on multi-year issues. Most of the challenges that we have and we'll talk about really can't be solved in a 12-month period, and so an opportunity to work with other both movement entities, including the Movement Charter Drafting Committee. I know some of you are here today. And then the last thing, which I'll just say briefly, is that it's been my experience that when you have the best strategy in the world, but the culture can't accept it, it's very hard to make progress. And so to really also do work on thinking about our values and the culture of the organization, how we hold ourselves accountable, how we want to show up, how we want to engage. And so that's also been really important.
Oh, thank you, Mariana. Selena, this is also your first Wikimania, and you come to us from Mozilla.
That's right. Yes, this is my third 20-year-old code base that I've worked on. PostgreSQL, Firefox, and now MediaWiki.
Well, given that you've inherited a 30-year-old code base, how do you make decisions around product and tech work that the teams will take on?
Yeah, thanks for this question. Well, first of all, also, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to talk to everybody here today. It's really exciting to be at my first Wikimania, and I'm in my, this is my first year. It's 1 year and I think 16 days that I've been here. So I'm still, I'm now in my second year of onboarding and still kind of learning with you all. But I think, I recently, I guess not that recently now, but back in March and April, I published, the results of the listening tour that I undertook, just following in Mariana's footsteps, really trying to learn from the community, the staff, as much as I could before we started figuring out what the big problems and decisions that we needed to make in the product and technology space were. And the priority areas that I had there, they, first of all, helping solve problems for the volunteers, figuring out like our maintenance situation and backlogs, and finally like helping the organization and the volunteers figure out decision making together. Those are the priorities that I have. And in terms of the specifics of the decision making and how we go about that, the center of it has to be, what are the problems that we're trying to solve together, and really what are the user needs. And we have a number of different ways that we get input on that. Some of them are very technical ways. Users will file bugs, or community members will let us know about features that they want to have through something like Fabricator. We also have a user research and a quantitative research team that go out and they seek data, or they'll interview folks and put together reports that inform how we take next steps with product ideas. And this year, as part of the annual plan, we also put together draft objectives all the way back in February, and we published those on Wiki to have a really early conversation about, is this directionally what we should be doing? Can we get feedback and input? And through that process, we actually changed, what we were doing, and we went through several iterations of that. So that's the kind of decision-making processes that I think the department should go with, and I think it's been a really great process so far, just learning with the community, and now we'll see over the course of this year what we're able to accomplish together.
That's exciting. Now I know there's one topic that just kind of is in the news and it's kind of on everybody's mind, and that's AI. Can you share just some of your thoughts? Does generative AI pose a threat to Wikipedia?
Well, if any of you were in the sessions today, we had a couple really, fascinating and engaging sessions about AI and our movement today, and I think that there's definitely a challenge, with generative AI, and I think I think it's quite evident that a system that can generate lots and lots of text that, that has potentially hallucinations, misinformation embedded in it, and the speed at which that can be produced. That's clearly like an issue on the internet today. I think within the Wikimedia projects and Wikipedia specifically, those communities have come up with these incredibly robust systems for generating trustworthy information and knowledge and sharing that with the world. And I think that all those systems, they still work. Is there a series of challenges that we're going to have to face together? Absolutely. But I also think there's a ton of opportunity in this space. The acceleration of these models, they've given us the opportunity to offer translations in more languages than any other major, website in the world, software platform in the world. And I think that, in the future, and even now, we have models that help find vandalism and help support editors in their work. And I think in the future, we're going to find more uses for the technology, So I really see that there's quite a bit of opportunity right now.
Yeah, so less of a threat, particularly as we kind of work out the kinks of a new technology, and a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, I think so. And I just also say, using machine learning isn't a new thing for the movement or the foundation. We've had a machine learning team at the foundation since 2017, and we keep investing, keep learning more, and yeah, I think that there's just a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Selena. And Mariana, what external trends are you seeing right now?
I mean, I think that there's a lot to be worried about in the world in general. I think we are seeing the general rise of authoritarian governments and censorship. We're seeing that technology is disrupting so many parts of human life, in some ways not so great. And I think that, similar to what I referenced briefly in the opening ceremony, I think that's why the work of Wikimedia actually feels more relevant and more urgent and more needed now than ever before. We have, I think, work to do to respond to what the world needs from us now. I think that the foundation has tried to reach out and ask for input on what are the key trends and the key threats we all have to be watching together. And those have really been about the changing nature of search. I have 2 nephews. They do not Google things. That is not how they search for information on the internet. And so how do we think about that in terms of the habits of more and more users? We have to worry about how our content is disintermediated and used by others. We have to worry about our regulatory environment and what we're seeing really in many different regions of the world. The EU, the Section 230 regulations in the United States, things that are happening in this region as well. I feel optimistic that those are, we had, I think, good consensus. Those are the right things to be paying attention to and the right things to be watching together. And so the things we can control, which is how we respond, I think is going to be the work ahead for all of us.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We are here in Singapore, in a region of the world. It's been a while since we've been here for Wikimania. It has been just amazing to see all of the work of the volunteers in this region. What excites you most about what you're seeing in ECOP?
Again, I feel like I've really tried to learn the ethos of the Wikimedia movement and the things that have come before that are really worth holding on to. And one of the things that is exhibited even in this Wikimania is to really put function and then form. What are we trying to do? What is the thing that needs to be accomplished? And then let's figure out what the best structures are to be able to do that. And so typically, Wikimanias are hosted because there's a local chapter and they host it. And this region said, no, we're going to make a plan to do this differently because we want to bring Wikimania to Singapore. There is not a local chapter that can host, but we're going to pull it together and we're just going to, again, bring the collective ingenuity of everybody and what they have to bring to the table. And I haven't been to another one, so I can't compare, but based on what I've heard just asking people, the last few days really demonstrate that that kind of thinking can produce incredible results.
Yeah, it's kind of a region of doers. Yeah. I remember the first time I traveled to Asia as a part of this job was probably 10 years ago. And you know, I had the experience of just trying to load Wikipedia on my phone, and it took forever just to load the page. But we're here in Singapore where there's actually now a caching center kind of right down the road. And now it loads lightning fast. So my question for you, Selena, is what's your plan for growing servers and caching centers around the world?
Yeah, it's, excuse me. So yeah, it's very, very exciting that we have the caching center here, and it had a profound impact on page load times in the region. So the Wikimedia Foundation, unlike a lot of organizations, whether they're nonprofits or for-profits, we actually operate our own data centers for a number of reasons, but one of them is user privacy. You know, so we operate our own content delivery networks, and that enables us to have like a lot of control over how information is stored and transmitted, you know, between these different data centers that we operate, one of which is in Singapore. We have another in Marseille, and that data center was put there because we also have another one in Amsterdam, but the reason why we put one in Marseille was because its location enabled us to have much faster access time in the continent of Africa. So each place that we choose, it's based on data that we have about how fast pages load all around the world. And the next place that we're targeting is in the Global South. It's South America. And what we're doing there, like the criteria that we have for that, it's in part, you know, the page load times, like where can we place it so that we'll speed up those page load times. It has to be in close proximity to, you know, a point of presence, like where, you know, there's a major, for example, like fiber optic, you know, network connection that, you know, connects high-speed networks like across a region. And also, you know, it needs to be in a place where, you know, we can uphold our values, like as an organization. So we're in the process of evaluating that right now, and I'm hoping, you know, just in the next few months we'll be able to announce like the specific location. But I'm really excited about that, you know, and our effect that it'll have in that region.
Well, that is amazing. I'm sure folks in Latin America are excited about that. So that is it for kind of the prepared questions that were given in advance. We are now going to open it up to any of you. You can hand, if you have a card, you can hand it to Nadie over here. Guillaume is collecting cards. We also have microphones. Margot can take your cards. We also have microphones if you want to ask questions live, if you're brave and want to talk in this really big room. Any of that works. All right, here comes Nadie with some burning questions. All right, thank you. Okay, Mariana, I think I'm going to give this one to you. What do you have to say about the Global Council?
I'm not going to treat that as a trick question. So my first conversations about a global council started before I started this job, because when I was getting to know volunteers in different parts of the world, I remember a conversation with somebody who actually was based in Europe, and they said, "What's your position on the global council?" I, at that point, did not know actually enough to give an informed answer. I think to the extent that the Global Council represents the idea of how do we ask the best placed entities in our movement to do the right things, everybody's for that. And I certainly think that that's the right conversation for us to be having. I'm mindful that the Movement Charter Drafting Committee hasn't yet produced a document on all of the different chapters that it's been working on, and probably folks in the room have had varying levels of engagement with that. But I guess all I would say in response to the earlier point that you made about ESAP is that I think this movement has demonstrated the ability to create any structure that it wants, and that is something that we're good at. It's just about making sure that we're all aligned on who's doing what and so that they can do it well.
Yeah, and how would you see kind of the Wikimedia Foundation working with the Global Council?
Well, so one of the things, again, I'm mindful not everybody's on the mailing list, not everybody reads everything, so I don't want to make any assumptions, but one of the reasons that the Wikimedia Foundation has tried to identify really important topics for multi-year planning is, as I said, some things are really important and need to have a long view. And one of the topics that we've identified is really around core responsibilities, which is what should the foundation do and what should the foundation not do? What should others do? How can we partner? How can we support? How can we resource? And so for me, I hope that that is like a very visible signal that we're open to having the right conversations about who's best placed to do the things that need to get done and ensure that everybody has both the support and the resources that they need.
Thank you. All right, Selena, I think this next one is probably for you. It's about the technology wish list. And this has been a place where volunteers express kind of their desires for what they would like to be built. And is there a plan on taking it off hold? What are we thinking for the wish list in the future?
Yeah, great question. So the wish list has some challenges. One of the challenges that volunteers have expressed is that it's a very, very long list, and only a very small handful of those wishes are granted, on a yearly basis. So, what can we do about that? And I've over the last 6 to 8 months been learning a lot about the process and all of the effort that goes into creating the wish list. And I've also been learning from the community tech team and thinking about what would be the best path forward for the list. So there's a team right now that's like thinking about this, and basically what we've come to the conclusion, our conclusion that we've come to is that the wish list is bigger than just like one, very small team. And really, the kinds of things that people are, that volunteers are raising in the wish list should be things that come to all of the product and tech teams at the foundation. So that's the path that we're on right now, trying to determine how can we best take these great ideas, these requests for help, maintenance issues that are being raised, and really just get those to the teams that can best work on them, and think about it not as just like a one-time thing. So there's a session that's happening this week that the Comtech team and several members of the Comtech team are here this week if you want to talk to any of them about that. But I think that that's the step that we're taking here at Wikimania, and then you'll be hearing more from that team relatively soon, in the next couple months.
Cool, thank you. Okay, Mariana, I think maybe this is for you. I suspect this comes from somebody from Queens, New York. We won't try to identify you, but when will the office be moved from expensive San Francisco to a cheaper place, for example, Queens, New York?
Having been to Queens, I'm very happy to have an office there. So again, maybe just as context, the foundation is essentially a remote-first organization. We have staff that are split about half within the United States and about half of the staff actually that live outside of the United States. For a lot of historical reasons, we have had a physical office in San Francisco. Prior to the pandemic, there were several teams that were located in San Francisco. I don't have to tell this audience how much the COVID-19 pandemic changed all of our lives and our ways of working. And so we've been, as an organization, also coming to terms with some of those shifts in terms of how people understand where they work and how they work. We've been very open with our staff that the current lease in our San Francisco office comes up for either expiration or renewal at the end of 2024. And I think that is going to be the right time to have an organizational conversation about what makes sense, how do we want to use our resources, do we want to invest in giving people an opportunity to gather more, do we need to keep a space for legal reasons, which we may need to do, and so to really give ourselves between now and the end of next year to have the right conversation. But we have a lot of staff in New York and in Queens, and they gather very regularly, and so we definitely do not need an office to be able to hang out in Queens.
Yeah. Wikimania in Queens sometime? I mean, yeah, okay.
Thankfully, that's not my decision.
That's not our decision. I love Queens too. Well, I'm going to just pause for a second to see if we have any, before I get back to the cards, to see if we have any folks who want to ask their question in person. Do we have anybody who wants to take the mic? No? Okay, I guess we'll go back to the cards. So I'm going to ask this to both of you, and you're going to need to actually do this. So close your eyes. The card says if you close your eyes, but I'm just going to make them close their eyes. Okay. What would the perfect/ideal future of open knowledge look like? You got it? You got it? Okay, you can open your eyes now.
You go first.
That's fine. So when I closed my eyes, it was very peaceful. First of all, I was envisioning that beach scene. But I think a perfect future for open knowledge would be one without censorship. It would be one where everyone that wanted to would be able to freely contribute without fear. It'd be amazing. And I think there would be all the bugs in MediaWiki would be fixed.
All bugs in MediaWiki would be fixed. That'd be incredible.
I mean, first of all, it's very bright up here, so when you close your eyes, it's still very bright. But, you know, I think that the future would look like us achieving many of the things that have been identified in our movement strategy. Imagining a world where the things that we worry about, you know, in terms of people's access to information no matter where they live, an opportunity for people that feel like what they're reading online is accurate and can be trusted and is verified in a way that they can find it for themselves. I definitely feel like the idea of knowledge production being something that more and more people can be a part of. It sounds a little bit like maybe a dream that's not possible, but again, I think if you look back 20 years ago, I don't think people would have thought that what Wikipedia has become was possible either. And so I think there's a track record to dream about things that seem impossible.
Very good answer. Okay, this next one, I'm going to broaden this question a little bit, and this question is about kind of what inspires us, other things in the world that perhaps, you know, Wikipedia, the Wikimedia Foundation could take inspiration from. Now, the question specifically mentions Encarta, but I'm going to broaden it a little bit and just think about what in the world perhaps we in this movement could take inspiration from, perhaps other open source projects, and why. Is there any inspiration from Mozilla that maybe we should be bringing in?
Yeah, I'll tell you the first thing. I mean, I'm sure, yeah, absolutely. There's lots of lessons that I brought with me from Mozilla that we could take inspiration from. But the first thing that popped into my mind, actually, when you said that, was a volunteer organization that I participated in and was a volunteer leader for. It's this organization called Hands On. And what inspires me about their mission and what they do, it's aligned a lot with ours, which is that just really encouraging volunteers to come and each in their own individual way to contribute as much, you know, as they can whenever they can. And I think the parts of that their mission and what they do that I would love to just have more of that spirit here. We already have this like great individualistic support network, you know, and volunteer engagement. But I think what hands-on does is it creates these moments where the volunteers come together and they make meaning out of the work that they're doing together, and they talk with each other, kind of like what we're doing here at Wikimania, actually. But they do it all the time, and that's kind of something that I take inspiration from, that I feel helps us grow and sustain the volunteers over a very long period of time. So that's one of the things that I take inspiration from.
Can I ask you the same question, Mariana? Is there something and you have a really interesting background with you came to us, you know, having led a nonprofit organization on the African continent for a decade. Is there, you know, perhaps something from your previous work that inspires you now here at the Wikimedia Foundation?
I mean, I think that the reality is that the world of Wikimedia is so global in nature, like all of the challenges in the world in some ways replicate themselves in our world, which just makes everything on the table. And I think when that's the case, how do you decide how to prioritize? How do you decide how to move forward? And I would say the two things that really have given me inspiration that feel relevant to now, when you're trying to do things that haven't been done before, there isn't a playbook or a rule book. And so how do you decide together what to do? Because if it's something that's already been done, it's pretty straightforward. There's like a manual, there's a guide, you just sort of do it. And I think that that's why in-person gatherings like this are so important, because often it is true that you move at the speed of people and organizations trusting each other. And so what does it take to build that by, I hope, building relationships, being accountable, you know, doing the things that you say you're going to do. And so I feel like I've learned certainly from that work. The second thing, which was true, I mean, youth unemployment on the African continent is like, in my opinion, the seminal issue for an entire continent. And we're going to have a generation of young people who really are not participants in the society, and there's a lot there to worry about. But everybody has a different approach in a different way, and sometimes figuring out if we're disagreeing about why, or are we disagreeing about what, or are we disagreeing about how? And I have found that to be really helpful, because oftentimes we're not disagreeing about why, we're not really disagreeing about what, but we're disagreeing about how, and that's a different kind of conversation than the others. And so I think for me that's been a really important lesson to bring into this. I'll just deal with that one.
Okay. Oh, good. We got some more questions here. So this is a question that regarding an issue that's kind of before your time, but I think you know about it. Can you comment on the office action regarding Chinese Wikipedia in 2021?
So if the person in this room asks this question, I'm going to give an honest answer, because I really don't comment on office actions like from a stage, but it's a conversation I'd be willing to have. And I just want to point out that Stephen Laporte, maybe Stephen can raise his hand or stand up, is sitting here in the front row, and I think we'll be able to also provide answers to questions or have a discussion about that as well.
Okay. So the next question, these are both kind of around budgets. You know, this year the foundation reduced some of its staff. Should the affiliates expect to have to do the same in the future?
I don't think that the foundation's decision to reduce its staff has any relationship to how affiliates want to resource themselves or staff themselves. I think what we tried to do, and it's all on Meta and I think well documented in the annual plan, is to really look ahead and try to have multi-year projections that gave us a sense of what was needed over the course of a 3 to 5 year period, and ensure that we were growing sustainably to be able to be responsible, and also making decisions, again, that could last over multiple years, and took the decision after looking at a number of areas to be able to ensure that the foundation's kind of spending path was going to get there. I don't think that that relates to affiliate staff and their resourcing and their staffing in any way.
And then this is kind of related. How much more money does the foundation need before it has enough? I guess that depends enough to do what, right?
Yeah, I mean, you should also answer that.
Sure.
So, again, that's exactly right. I think if we start with what we need to achieve, we can work backwards to what resourcing is needed to be able to do that. And again, resources are money, but resources are time, and resources are a lot of other things as well. And so I feel like we have a community with a lot of needs. And in fact, I think, one of the criticisms is the foundation can't meet all of those needs. And so does that require more resources for the movement? Then let's have that conversation. I think what often gets in the way is that we might disagree about how we distribute resources, which is very different than agreeing we either need more or we want to achieve more together, or different regions of the world have different aspirations, and so they should be unleashed to achieve those aspirations. But you've been at this a lot longer than me, so what's your answer?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't think about it just in terms of kind of what the needs are today, but what the needs are going to be in the future as well. The primary question, right, is do we think we're on a path with kind of our revenue models that we're going to have a secure future? Not just can we, fund the needs that we need to today. And then I would say beyond that, are we spending every resource, to its full potential, right? Are we putting it all to good use? And this past year, that's really what I've seen kind of the focus at the foundation. It really wasn't about growth. In fact, we kind of cut back in some areas, and it was making sure that every dollar was spent to the biggest impact that we could provide. And I also hear, just people come up to me in conferences like this, always with lots of fresh ideas, things that they want funding for. So I think there's a lot of energy in this movement. There's a lot of things that people want to do that sometimes require resources, require investment. And so I don't think we are at a point where we don't know what to do. I think we're at a point where we've had really rapid growth, and we need to just focus on making sure that we're putting those resources to the best possible use and spending every donor dollar as well as we can. Well, okay, this is quite a question. Okay. I guess, I don't know if this question should be to me or you or who this question is to, but I'll just read it, and perhaps this will be a question to the audience. Can you please scream, Wikimedia loves free and open source and privacy? Can you do that? Again, Wikimedia loves free and open source and privacy.
Yes, thank
you.
Yes. All right, you're going to give us a countdown?
Okay, we're going to count. Do you have that? It's a mouthful. It's going to be really jumbled. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Wikimedia loves free and open source and privacy. Okay.
Yay!
So yeah, we did that. I think that's all the questions we have, unless I'll give one last opportunity for someone, a brave soul, to ask with the microphone. Do we have any?
There's one right
Oh.
Oh.
I see some people. This is good.
Okay, I've got 2 alternative questions for both of you. The first one is, what's currently the biggest elephant in the room? The second one is, what is the piece of puzzle you're currently missing in your work?
What is just the second one?
What is the piece of puzzle that you are currently missing in your work?
Well, I cracked a joke that this room is so big, it might have enough space for all of the elephants. And again, I think what's hard is some of you maybe have been in the Wikimedia movement for a long time, and so you know what a lot of the historic debates are, and then there's brand new people, and they're like, what are all these people talking about? I actually have no idea what anybody's talking about. So again, I'll do my best maybe to cover both of those. I think I worry the most about what's happening in the world because, again, I think that we're here to deliver on this impossible mission that requires things that have never been done before, and we have to keep asking ourselves, are we doing what we need to respond to the world and the needs of the world? So the trends that I talked about, I think really drive a lot of the things that I worry a lot about. I think the question of how do we work as a movement, I think I'm learning what some of those elephants are, and having also come from another volunteer-led movement, many of these issues are familiar, right? People have a lot of views on who should do what. People have a lot of views on how should resources be allocated and used and spent. So in some ways, I'm comforted that those are not unfamiliar challenges. They're ones that have to get worked through in the Wikimedia way and kind of what the answers are for us. But because I get information about threats to our volunteers in different parts of the world, that's the stuff that's scary. And trying to figure out how do we ensure that our product and technology can keep up and that we can respond and that we can do those. So I think that if you piled up the elephants, we'd be able to sort of figure it out. I think the second on the puzzle, and again, maybe just as context, because I really don't expect everybody to read all the emails I send, but if you go look, there is an email that I sent in 2022. I think I had named 5 puzzles. One was about what the world needs from us. The second was about how do we think about contributions. Is it just about edit count, or are there other ways of understanding the contributions of volunteers? The third had to do with how do we harness this multilingualism. Like Selena said, it's incredible to have projects in 332 languages and counting. And I'm mindful a lot of these spaces are in English, which is biased for a lot of reasons, even in ECAP. And so trying to think about multilingualism. And the fourth had to do with product and tech and the work that we have to do. The fifth puzzle nobody remembers, but it's the piece that I'm missing, and so I want to answer your question, which is the reality is that how you run an organization, meaning like an entity with staff, is sometimes different than how we run our projects. And there's been just historic tension because sometimes things work for projects, they don't work for organizations. Sometimes things work for organizations, they don't work for projects. And so really trying to figure out that missing puzzle piece of how organizations and projects can actually support each other, not feel in tension with each other, is probably the thing I feel like I'm missing. And I'm open. If anybody has any ideas, I'm all ears.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer a little bit more narrowly, because right now what I'd say my focus is very much in like the operations and day-to-day. I just I've taken 2 departments, the technology department, the product department, and we've merged them. So a lot of my work right now is like solving the puzzles and the problems and the elephants that come out of bringing, this large group of extremely talented and passionate people together to do our work. Like one of the elephants that I'm working on in this space right now is, what is the next evolution of MediaWiki as software that we support? And the first question that we've raised in that space is how do we sustainably support our APIs going forward? So big question. Many of you here, I'm sure, are familiar with that question. But that's like immediately on the table. And I'm lucky enough to have like a really strong leadership team that has made a list of a lot of these elephants, and they committed this year to start working through them. So they've picked like 4. So you'll be hearing more from us about that, like as we go through the year, because this is actually one of the objective and key results that we published on Meta for this annual plan. In terms of a missing piece of the puzzle, I think for me, I have so many missing, so many questions on my mind, so many open questions to answer. One of them that it was actually raised just a little bit earlier is like things like how do we move forward, with the community wish list. There are a lot of other similar questions that have to do with how do we hear and then do something about all of the needs of the movement. You know, like how do we do that very consistently and, you know, live up to the promise of the organization and the product and tech space? So that question is underneath, I think, a lot of other like similar questions, and that's like that's a puzzle that I'm gonna probably be wrestling with the entire time that I'm here, because we're just such a vast ecosystem of projects, of people, of languages, of the whole world. So how do we do that effectively, you know, within the limitations of the organization that we have? And I think we can do a lot. I think we have an incredible community of volunteer contributors, technical, and as well as, you know, every other kind of contributor. But, you know, figuring out how to harness that energy and apply it in the best ways, like that's like it is a huge part of the work that, you know, that I think about every day.
And I see a question. Oh, Guillaume.
Hello.
Hi.
This question is for Selena. I was wondering if you can talk a bit
Hi,
about...
Novum.
Hey, you recognize me. I was wondering if you can talk a bit about the changes in the annual plan from last year to this year, specifically the product and technology part.
Yeah, thank you. Well, there were, you know, I'll just like pick a couple things that were important to me. You know, this year we decided that we really wanted to engage with the community really early. So starting in February, we took a draft set of objectives and a description of our priorities, and we published those on Meta to try to start to have like a real engagement. And we got a lot of feedback on it that helped us like take what our original ideas about where our priorities should be and where we should focus and evolve them, you know, over the course of several months. And within those priorities, something that came out in the conversations that I was having, my listening tour, the conversations with staff, as well as the feedback on our draft annual plan, was that we needed to devote some time and resources to working on the problems of the editors with extended rights. And where this came from was thinking about the types of software problems that we have and where there was like a really kind of large maintenance backlog. So, and also within that, there was like the known maintenance backlog, but then like a lot of unknown things, because there's a lot of really important tools that editors with extended rights use, functionaries, you know, stewards, you know, folks with check user, you know, all those kinds of folks. They have all these tools, and we don't always know actually like what the state of those tools are. So that's like a process that we're going through now to try to understand that more. So that was like those two things, just that really early community engagement and being responsive and thinking through and trying to find the best ways to get feedback, and then this focus on editors with extended rights. And you know, you'll be able to follow along. We're going to have like quarterly you know, learning sessions where we report out on our progress like each quarter, and then we'll be using that to inform like how we do our process next year.
Thank you. Is there any other questions?
I have questions.
I have a question.
Okay.
First question, what songs, if any, are you all going to sing tomorrow night at the Wiki Karaoke? And while you ponder about that...
I think only one of us is actually committed to going, so I don't know that that's a fair question to everyone.
I said if any. The second question was for Selena. You've talked about technical contributions. Do you have any specific ideas about how to make it easier to tap into the larger technical community, to make it easier to contribute to MediaWiki and tools?
Yeah, sure. Your first question, it was Heartbreaker by Pat Benatar is the song. Okay, it's a really good song. And then to the second question, yeah, I you know, my first idea in this space really is what I mentioned earlier. I think one thing about like the ideas that I have, I try to keep them like relatively simple and straightforward, you know, so that we actually are able to do what we say we're going to do. And my ideas around this like start with the APIs, you know. So in terms of the things that I think that we can have the most impact, simplifying and making it easier to maintain all of the APIs that we have. Like that's like a critical thing. I also think, there's a bunch of work that our teams were already doing around the hackathon, the technical contributor programs that we had. So just continuing with those and then learning, as we tackle these API problems that we have, just learning from that and iterating over time. So that's my idea.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Oh, look, we have one here. Do we have a microphone for you?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Thank you very much. So my name is Andrew. I represent one of the two sister project proposals that have been proposed since 2019. And we have been waiting for at least more than 4 years, and it's been stuck in limbo because basically we have been punted around like a football. We were told that approach this group, and then the other group was like, well, you should actually talk to the other group. And it is very likely that we will continue waiting for 5, 6, 7 years. And currently we reside under Wikiversity, kind of like as a placeholder before we could get the approval. So my question is, would the foundation have like a roadmap for this kind of timely decision? Because honestly, waiting for 4 years just for getting something approved, it's a very long time, and enthusiastic volunteers that initially joined, their interests start to fizzle out if you don't get this kind of timely decision. And the second part is, would there be kind of like a strategic support for up-and-coming projects such as this one? Thank you.
So I think what I want to say is you're right. That is a long time, and this has been a priority that the board has identified. And yesterday, Selena and I both attended a meeting with our board around the task force to really tackle the challenge that you've named. Let's be very clear what the roadmap is going to be. Let's be very clear what it's going to require in terms of approving projects or not approving projects, because people want decisions, is I think what I'm hearing you say. And so the good news is legitimately this is in motion. I wish I could say to you it was all solved and we had all the answers. It is in motion. Some of the trustees that are here in the room are the ones leading that initiative and that work with us. And so we can, in good conscience, answer the question. There is a roadmap being developed so that people, I think in fairness, don't have to wait years and years to get an answer. But I do think there's a lot of complexity in how to give people the best possible answer of what support can or cannot be provided. And that's what Selena and the team are working with that board task force to achieve. I don't know if
I think that's right. And to the other question, that there is an incubator program for new Wikipedia projects that's, I think, focused on language incubation, but for broader sister projects, I'm not aware of one.
Okay.
I have a question. Thank you so much. My name is Ruby from Ghana, and I'm part of the Open Foundation West Africa community. Talking about the future of Wikimedia and looking at the world, how people are searching for information differently. We've seen tools like ChatGTP and a lot more similar tools that works like ChatGTP serving the world with information. I'm wondering if the Wikimedia Foundation is thinking about having a tool like that depends on Wikimedia projects, because Wikimedia projects have a lot of data, information that can serve the world with credible, reliable information, also for educational purposes. Are we looking at creating a tool like that that can serve people from the data that we have?
Selena, I think that one's for you.
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Ruby. This year, another aspect of the annual plan was prioritizing thinking about what we're calling future audiences. So these are folks that may not be served by all of the existing tools or projects that we currently have. Like what might be needed? One of the ways that we hypothesize we can reach new audiences is maybe by finding ways of integrating and partnering with third parties. So that's one way. But to your specific question about is there a tool that we could build? Maybe. I think that the challenge with any kind of thing that we might build that's specific to this space is we have to find the right product market fit, basically. So if we were to do that, we have to make sure that we're reaching that audience that we're talking about. And I'm not sure today, but I do have a team that is working on this. They're trying to come up with different ideas to test them quickly, iterate on them. One of the things that they produced just in the last month was they published this ChatGPT plugin. It is in OpenAI's infrastructure, but it is one of the ways in which we're testing out ideas like this. If we were to produce something like this with a user interface like that, are we reaching that audience? So what you can expect from that team over time is that we'll keep taking ideas like that and testing them. Some of that will be in our projects and in our environments, and some of them, will not. And I think through that we'll kind of figure out, what is the best way forward.
Okay. Well, I think that wraps up the questions. I know Mariana has one more thing she wants to say before we
So
call
I
it a
think
night.
the main thing I wanted to say is that we've been working really hard to ensure that foundation leadership are very accessible. And so I know we're on a stage, but we can all just chat as well. Selena and I and Lisa will be out at the conference. I just wanted to introduce the rest of our senior team so that, again, if you have an opportunity or have questions, that you just approach folks directly and get answers to those questions. So maybe I'll say who they are and they can stand up. And just so you know, Jaime Villagomez, who's our Chief Financial Officer. If you want to ask about how we spend our money, he's a good person to ask. Our General Counsel, also a long-term member of the Wikimedia movement, Stephen Laporte. Stephen can help answer questions about regulatory or legal matters. Our Chief Communications Officer, Anusha Alikan, and Anusha's team is the one running Wikimania, and she's available. It's only day 4, so I'll be gentle because our new Chief Talent and Culture Officer oversees our HR and people function is there, Courtney Basherazin, so she is getting inducted into the Wikimedia movement by being here, which is amazing. And so all of us are available. We're happy to talk directly, answer any questions that we can, and if we don't know the answers, at least do our best to try to point you in the right direction and get help.
Yeah, I think on day 4, Courtney still gets to ask you questions, so that'll change soon. But I just want to say thank you to everybody who submitted questions. I want to thank everybody who came, both online and here in person. I want to thank Selena and Mariana for all your thoughtful answers to the questions. And as Mariana said, this is not, we're out of time here for this session, but we are available to answer questions for our remaining time here, and of course always online. So again, thank you, and we'll go on to have an amazing Wikimania over the next couple days.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa.
Thank you to Mariana and Selena and Lisa. Just for everybody, we're trying to organize a big group attendee photo here at 4:45. So stick around, we'll move you around. We'll hopefully get a really nice shot of everybody. So come back if you are moving for 4:45.